Checking.
Yeah. She's ready? I'm going to call the Urban Renewal Commission. You know, we always end up coming to the meetings, always very rushed, because we've got, not only do we have a lot to do ourselves, but we're always pushed against it, or often against the situation. So I'm hoping that tonight, or this afternoon tonight, it's going to be a great opportunity for us just to relax a little bit, but more than anything, to kind of get into the basics of what, how urban renewal works, to take a look at some of our plans, urban renewal plans, and maybe as a group we decide they need to be tweaked, or but as much as anything, just to kind of engross ourselves in them and understand them, and then we've hopefully captured a lot of the questions that have come over the last few months, and question and answer them. So hopefully by the time you leave here, and we will leave here at 8:30 in charge, you'll hopefully go away with a lot better understanding. Some of the old timers you already have just with this thing down, but for some of those newer ones, we'll hopefully leave with a much better understanding of how it all works and where we're going as the board of the city. Anyway, I'll turn it over to
Yep.
Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, you had talked about having a retreat, and what you wanted to go through was to get some basics in regards to urban renewal, and we have Steve Janik, who is our special counsel to the Urban Renewal Commission, here to talk with you. Steve is probably one of the foremost authorities on urban renewal in the state. I think you've kind of heard from him before, and he's been involved in every big project that I think Portland has had, and waterfront project as well as a number of others, so he knows this stuff as well as anyone. And you also wanted to get some background on the strategy that Oregon City has, which puts in perspective what we've been working on and why we've been working on that. And Dave Leland is here to discuss that with you. And then I'd like to just tie in some loose ends of our plan and some of those projects and what has brought us to those specific properties. And then it's really open for your discussion on whatever questions or concerns that you have. There's also some additional materials there, and there's a list of topics that Commissioner Nacita had asked about, which are more procedural in manner, but that you can talk about as well. I also have given you some information there in regards to some of the questions that we have heard asked. Be glad to go into any more detail that you have on that, but I think by the time that Steve and Dave get through, you're going to have probably most of the questions you have answered. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Janik, and he's going to give you a little class in Urban Renewal 101.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I've been asked to talk to you in terms of Urban Renewal 101, and for those of you that already understand it, I apologize for telling you what you already know. For those of you who don't understand it, I hope I can make it a little clearer for you. I'm trying to give you enough detail to give you a complete picture, but there's a lot of other detail that we're not going to be going through today. I'm trying to hit all the important points. With respect to your questions, I'd be happy to answer them during the course of my presentation. If you ask me a question and I'm going to get to it later, I might just say we'll get to that in a minute. But please feel free to interrupt me, and if after our session you still have other questions, I'm just an email away and would be happy to respond to them. You've got three handouts from me. One is an outline that I'm going to be speaking from, and so you can hang on to that outline for later reference if you'd like. I've also given you a copy of ORS Chapter 457, which is the state statute that creates the Urban Renewal Authority and powers. And then finally, there's a colored two-page handout, and this is a diagram of a bill that is working its way through the Oregon legislature that will change how tax increment financing works for urban renewal authorities. And I emphasize that it's working its way through, which means that what you see here may not be an accurate depiction of the ultimate outcome. I don't want to take unfair credit for this well-done document because it was prepared by Keith Witkowski of the Portland Development Commission as a way to illustrate to the City of Portland how this piece of legislation might work. So with that, let me start, and let's first ask the question, what is urban renewal? The term urban renewal is basically used to describe work done in any community that has blighted conditions. It's any work or activity performed under the authority of ORS Chapter 57. Basically, it involves you identifying what you consider to be a blighted area, coming up with a plan to address the blight, coming up with a financing plan to finance to what degree you're going to participate in eliminating that blight, and to identify projects that you want to see built either by yourself, by others, in partnership, by private parties, or otherwise to eliminate the blight. Basically, your funding source for this comes generally through what's called tax increment financing, which we're going to get into in considerable detail. You also have the authority, as you'll hear in a minute, to borrow money from other sources. Now, urban renewal did not exist in Oregon until 1960, when the voters amended the Oregon Constitution. And the basic need for a constitutional amendment was due to the fact that urban renewal has the capability through tax increment financing to disrupt the normal allocation of property taxes. The normal allocation of property taxes is the property owner pays, and then the money is divided between various taxing jurisdictions. Part of the property tax goes, as you know, to the state. Some of it goes to the schools. Some of it goes to the cities. Some of it goes to counties. There are statutory formulas for how this allocation occurs. That's to be distinguished from bond measures, which can be passed on top of property taxes, which allocate the money to the party that's issuing the bonds and the voters who specifically approve those bonds. So, for example, bonds issued by a school district are paid on top of taxes and paid by the property owners within the school district, but not by any outside of the school district. So, under the Oregon Constitution, we had this nice system to allocate real property tax revenues. Urban renewal altered that system and therefore required a constitutional amendment that was passed by the Oregon voters in 1960. Following that, the legislature then adopted ORS Chapter 457, which is the more detailed rules for how urban renewal and tax increment financing work. And you have a copy of the statute there. If at any time you need to fall asleep, I urge you to pick it up and try to read it. The statute starts with some statements of what the public purpose is behind having urban renewal. And the public purposes are that we recognize as a legislature that there are blighted areas that exist within our state. Those blighted areas impair the economic values and our future tax revenues. Those areas can cause an increase in disease and crime, requiring a disproportionate use of public funds for crime prevention and public health, safety, and welfare. And that preventing blight is a valid public use for which public money can be spent. They also found that urban renewal activities stimulate residential construction and assist in having full employment. And the legislature, in recognizing those purposes, then went on to say that we're specifically authorizing the use of eminent domain, also known as condemnation, to urban renewal authorities in order to ensure sound and wholesome development. Now, I would digress for just a moment on the use of condemnation powers by urban renewal authorities. The voters 2 years ago adopted a limitation on the use of condemnation, which impacts urban renewal authorities. That is now in the statute as ORS 35.015. And as with many things legal, there's still some gray area. But basically what it says is a public body may not condemn private property used as a residence, business establishment, farm, or forest operation if at the time of condemnation the public body intends to convey fee title to all or a portion of the real property to another private party. Exempt from that prohibition is your ability to condemn improved or unimproved real property that constitute a danger to the health and safety of the community by reason of contamination, dilapidated structures, improper or insufficient water or sanitary facilities, or any combination of these factors. Also exempt is any condemnation of a house or a business or a farm for maintenance, improvement, or construction of transportation facilities, transportation systems, utility facilities, or utility transmission systems. Now, here's the legal glitch, the gray area. This limitation on condemnation applies to what are known as public bodies, as that term is defined in ORS 174.109. And there's some argument back and forth as to whether or not an urban renewal authority is or is not a public body for that purpose. There's also some debate, given the fact that the legislature specifically gave you condemnation powers without limitation in ORS Chapter 57. Most urban renewal authorities are taking the conservative approach and not using condemnation at the present time. Now, let me give you an example of where this makes a difference. Pioneer Place in downtown Portland. That was the assemblage of 4 blocks of property, and the intent of the PDC was to assemble those 4 blocks, to then turn it over to a private developer, to put money in from tax increment financing and see it be developed as, in effect, a downtown retail shopping center that would revitalize downtown. Had they not been able to use condemnation power, any one property owner who had a business there would, under this statute, have the ability to block the entire project. Block it unless they were paid so much money that they were willing to part with their business. So that's the problem that the statute poses for trying to assemble property when you're going to turn it over to a private party. Now, that doesn't apply if you're doing what the City of Portland is doing right now, and which I'm representing them on, which is to build a new stadium for Major League Soccer, because that stadium will not be turned over to a private party. Rather, it will be owned by the city, and it will be operated by a private party. So by those examples, I'm trying to show you the import of this statute. Now, the next thing is there are some really key definitions in the statute that are key to your understanding of what the scope of your authority is under the urban renewal powers. The first definition is blighted areas. And I'll read you these words because this is one of those issues where legal interpretation of the actual words of the statute is critical. Blighted areas mean areas that by reason of deterioration, faulty planning, inadequate or improper facilities, deleterious land use, or the existence of unsafe structures or any combination of these factors are detrimental to the safety, health, or welfare of the community. Now, what does that mean? Well, the statute gives us a little help. It says that that long list of words is characterized by one or more of the following. In other words, you only have to find one of the following list of things. Buildings are unsafe to occupy because of defective design, poor physical construction, faulty interior or exterior arrangement, overcrowding, inadequate ventilation, light sanitation, open space and recreational facilities, deterioration, dilapidation, mixed character, or shifting of uses. Now, if you can find any of those in an area of the city, you've got a basis for saying it's blighted. The next thing is if you find economic dislocation, deterioration, or disuse resulting from faulty planning. The next alternative is if you find irregular size or shape of lots for development. Now, what does that mean? Let's say you've got a subdivision in the middle of the city and all the lots are 25 by 50. They're ancient subdivided lots, and you can't in modern times build an office building that you might want or build a public building. You have to assemble all of those lots. That may be a basis for saying you can use urban renewal powers. The next one is the layout of property of lots that disregards contours, drainage, and other characteristics of terrain. The next is inadequate street, open space, and utilities. The next is areas that are subject to inundation by water. Not that you have any areas like that here in Oregon City. The next one is prevalence of depreciated values, impaired investments, and social and economic maladjustments that's such that tax receipts are inadequate for the cost of public services. What that basically says is if you have an area that's not producing much taxes but is consuming a lot of public service dollars, you can treat that as a blighted area. The next one is growing or total lack of proper utilization of areas resulting in a stagnant and unproductive condition of land. I'll leave it to each of you to interpret what that means. The next is loss of population and reduction of proper utilization in the area resulting in its further deterioration and added cost to the taxpayer for public facilities and services elsewhere. So now, again, if you can find one of the things that I've listed here that the statute lists, that's a grounds to say the area is blighted. Now, a couple of issues here. Let's talk about the geographic area. When you find this condition of blight, you got to draw a line, and the line delineates everything in it is blighted? No. Everything, some of what's in it is blighted? Yes. But certainly everything outside of it isn't blighted. Now, there's an issue as to, and it's unclear, what it means when you have an area where some of it is blighted, but some of it is not, which is generally the case in most urban renewal areas. It's not always the case that you would find an area where every single lot, every single building meets the blighted definition. In fact, if you look at most of the urban renewal areas in the city of Portland, none of them have a condition in which every single building is blighted. But now there's some litigation going on in connection with the expansion of an urban renewal district in Portland, where the issue is, okay, how much of it has to be blighted? Can you find just one block that is blighted? And in order to cure that blight, you can impose tax increment financing and urban renewal on an entire area. So that's somewhat of an open question, and that litigation may be ongoing. Another related issue is, again, Portland's experiment in what's called a satellite district. And the situation there goes as follows. Portland had a very successful urban renewal district called the River District, which is where the Pearl is located. Portland put tax increment money into that, and all of a sudden it took off like crazy, and they're now getting tons and tons of incremental tax revenue, well beyond what they need to pay for the bonds they sold. So the city decided it'd be a good idea to take some of that tax revenue, the surplus that's making them a lot of money, and go out, reach out to the Rental School District, and to help the Rental School District build a new school by using some of that tax revenue from the River District. And so there was no physical linkage on a map between the Rental School site and the River District. The findings in that case tried to say that because the River District had expensive housing, people who might otherwise have been able to live in the River District had there been cheaper housing, had to move out to the Rental School District to live because there was cheaper housing there, and therefore the River District with the expensive housing would benefit from spending urban renewal dollars it generated out in the River District satellite area, and that's what the justification was. That was overturned by the Land Use Board of Appeals. And so that was one of the more aggressive endeavors to define a non-contiguous urban renewal district. The court in that case, or LUBA in that case, said a non-contiguous urban renewal district is not per se illegal, but they gave us no guidance on what would make a non-contiguous urban renewal district legal. So that's adventuresome ground if you want to go off in that direction. Again, it's somewhat related to the issue I raised before of what if you have an urban renewal area but not every building is blighted, which is the normal case. The next key issue is increment. Increment is that tax revenue that is created from the day after the district is formed in excess of the taxes that existed the day before the district is formed. So that tax increment comes from basically three sources. Every year, for some magical reason, all of our property taxes go up. So one source of the increment is the increase in property taxes that happens year after year, subject to the 3% limitation that the voters put in effect. So if your house is just sitting there fine and you get a bill next year, it's probably going to be a tax increase of 2 or 3%. That's increment. The next thing is new development. So if somebody goes out and takes a piece of bare dirt, and the dirt has an assessed value of $200,000, but they put a $2 million building on it, the taxes on the $2 million building become increment. And the amount of increment is not established by the urban renewal authority. It's established by the county tax assessor, who has to certify the amount of increment that's available. Then the next definitional issue is urban renewal area, and that is an area that you've determined to be blighted and for which you adopt an urban renewal plan. And we'll get to the plan and its requirements in a minute. An urban renewal project is a project, a development, or any work or undertaking carried out to fulfill the plan that you might adopt. And then the defined term in the statute, urban renewal plan, simply means, and I'm going to talk about this in more detail, is a plan that you have to create that says, why the heck are you doing this urban renewal thing, and what do you want to accomplish, and how are you going to get it done? In common sense terms, that's what the detailed statute means. Now, in order to create an urban renewal agency, you have to first have the city create it. You don't have counties being able to create urban renewal agencies. The statute speaks in terms of municipalities. So the city creates it, and the city adopts an ordinance that says we're now creating an urban renewal agency. And they can put people in charge of that urban renewal agency in one of three ways. They can call it a housing authority and appoint commissioners to the housing authority / urban renewal authority. They can appoint a board or commission, which is what's occurred in your case, and that need not include members of the city council, or it may include members of the city council. And they can simply declare themselves, the city council, to be the governing body of the urban renewal authority. So that's the only three ways you can fill the seats on the urban renewal authority. If at a certain point the city council determines that the urban renewal authority is no longer needed, what they can do is they can fire everybody on the urban renewal authority board, and then the city council members can step in as the authority, and they can dissolve it unless there's still indebtedness that's owed by the authority, in which event they can't dissolve it until the indebtedness is paid. Now, the next thing is the urban renewal plan itself. And as I go through these tedious requirements, it'll give you a pretty good indication of the hard work it takes to develop an urban renewal plan. First, the statute says that the public shall be involved in all stages of the development of an urban renewal plan. They don't say how they will be involved, but they have to be involved. It's up to you to figure out how. The urban renewal plan itself has to contain, and these are mandatory, all of the following: a description of each urban renewal project to be undertaken. Okay, let's pause there for a minute. You adopt an urban renewal plan for the next 10 years. It's 3 years after that, and along comes a project you never thought of. It's not in your plan. What do you have to do? You have to amend the plan. So you can't spend money on projects that aren't in the plan. Then you have to outline for development, acquisition, demolition, improvements, conservation. You have to give a map and a legal description of the area of the plan. You have to explain the relationship to your local objectives regarding land uses, improved traffic, public transportation, public utilities, recreational facilities, etc. You have to indicate the proposed land uses, maximum densities, and building requirements for each urban renewal area. Now, notice you have to designate what your intent is, but you don't have the authority to override the zoning regulations that establish the density. So, for example, if you had a maximum density of 3:1 floor area ratio, and you, the Urban Renewal Authority, said, we want a 10:1 floor area ratio, that may be your goal, but it doesn't trump the zoning code. Then you have to describe the methods for relocating persons and businesses in the urban renewal area. You don't have to pay the cost of relocation unless you're using federal funds, but you have to describe how they're going to get relocated. You have to indicate the property to be acquired and the anticipated disposition of the property with an estimated time schedule. And here's something really important. You have to identify the maximum amount of indebtedness that your district can incur through the life of the district. You have to establish a time frame and say, over this time frame, we won't borrow more than X. Then what you have to describe is the types of future amendments to your plan that are so substantial that they have to be processed and approved in the same way that the original plan was. So you create two different categories of plan amendments, what I'll call substantial ones and insubstantial. And what happens is a substantial one has to be preceded by the same public notice, newspaper notice, public hearings, a reason for the amendment of the plan, etc. Those that are insubstantial, you can do on your own. But the original plan has to describe and differentiate between substantial and insubstantial, and has to identify the procedures for each amendment. Then you have to explain how a public building that you might put in your plan to be built with urban renewal financing benefits the area. Why single out public buildings? Well, they don't pay taxes. And because they don't pay taxes, they don't contribute to paying for the tax increment bonds you're going to sell. And so you have to specifically explain why putting a public building in there is going to benefit the area. The other reason is public buildings tend to serve the entire jurisdiction. So, for example, if you want to build a new city hall and you want to do it under the auspices of urban renewal, you've got to explain why it benefits this particular blighted area in a unique way as distinguished from benefiting the entirety of the community. The reasoning being that if it only benefits the entirety of the community, then everybody ought to pay for it. But if it has a special benefit for the blighted area, then the taxes in the blighted area can legitimately go to pay for it. Now, in addition to all that in the plan, you have to accompany the plan with a report. And the report has to describe the physical, social, and economic conditions in the area of the plan and the expected impact, including fiscal impact of the plan in light of added services or increased population, your reasons for the selection of the urban renewal area, the relationship between each project under the plan and the existing condition in the area, the estimated total cost of each project and sources of funds, the anticipated completion date for each project, the estimated amount of indebtedness required and anticipated year in which the debt will be retired, a financial analysis of the plan with sufficient information to determine its feasibility. In other words, if you said our plan is to spend $500 million, but we can only finance $300 million, your plan would be defective. You have to discuss the fiscal impacts on tax increment financing on all affected taxing jurisdictions. Now, what that goes back to is, remember, tax increment goes entirely to the urban renewal agency from day one. That means the share the county gets, the city gets, the school district gets, goes down. Their share is left based upon the base amount of taxes that existed before the increment. And all the increment for the life of the plan, for the life of your district, goes exclusively to the district. Now, there's a bill that I'm going to get to at the end of my presentation that's starting to change that. We'll get to that in a minute. That plan and that report, which are two separate documents, have to be delivered to your planning commission for their recommendations. Their recommendations are mandatory, but they're not binding. Then the plan and the report have to be delivered to the governing body of each affected taxing jurisdiction for comment, or consultation. So that means you have to go to Clackamas County with the plan and report. You've got to go to the affected school districts. Again, you have to consult with them, but their consultation is not binding or mandatory. However, it can be politically suasive, and it's up to you to give it whatever consideration you want. The methodology for consultation is completely unclear in the statute, so it's up to you and them as to how to consult. The most recent example of consultation I saw was on March 15th when Mayor Adams of Portland announced his plan for a AAA baseball stadium and a soccer stadium, and Multnomah County Chair Ted Wheeler showed up and vehemently objected to the use of tax increment from a to-be-formed tax increment district on the west side of downtown Portland, and made a very compelling case that this would have a very adverse impact on the social services that Multnomah County was under stress financially to provide. So that was one form of consultation. Then the plan, after getting consultation and planning commission comment, has to be approved by the governing body of the municipality, namely your city council. And it must be approved by a non-emergency ordinance after public notice, hearing, and testimony. The ordinance has to include basic findings that the urban renewal area is blighted, that redevelopment is necessary to protect the public health, safety, or welfare. The plan conforms to the comprehensive plan and economic development plan of the municipality. That one's kind of interesting in that it had a subtle impact. it made legal challenges to your urban renewal plan subject to review not by the circuit court, but by the Land Use Board of Appeals as a land use action. Everybody was kind of surprised that LUBA, which normally deals with zone changes, conditional uses, comp plan changes, is now reviewing things like urban renewal plans with all of their socioeconomic and fiscal analyses. You also have to have findings regarding a provision to house displaced persons within their financial means. If acquisition of real property is provided for, you got to find that it's necessary. You have to find that adoption and carrying out of the plan is economically sound and feasible. And the municipality shall assume and complete any activities prescribed by the plan that must be carried out by the municipality, in this case, Oregon City. You have to have newspaper notice, and there are certain circumstances in which you also have to give written mail notice to property owners and electors, which can be different. People who are renters also get notice. And you also have to give those kinds of notices if you're amending the plan to increase the amount of indebtedness, or you're amending the plan to add area to the urban renewal area. Then the plan itself has to be recorded, and it shows up then as on the title report of every property within the urban renewal plan area. So if you've ever looked at a title report and the exception documents for property within an urban renewal area, you're going to get a document that's about this thick that nobody ever reads because it's that thick, but it is the plan for that urban renewal area. It's been recorded. Now, one interesting thing is the statute of limitations for challenging the adoption of the urban renewal plan and report is one of the shortest on record. It's 90 days. And if a legal challenge is not filed within 90 days after the adoption of the ordinance by the municipality, the plan is not subject to legal attack directly or indirectly thereafter, period. It's final. That's a really short, quick statute of limitations, but that's what the legislature intended. Now, the next topic. Yes, sir.
When was our plan adopted? So what we're operating with is a plan that has been through this process.
Correct. Correct. Correct.
It's just an amendment, then, a major amendment.
Correct.
Subjected to.
Correct.
What you had in 2007.
Correct. Mr. Neely?
Yeah, it sounds like you're going into a bit of a new topic. I was just writing some notes. You said the county cannot create an urban renewal agency, and yet I still think I pay taxes for the one that's Clackamas Town Center. Is that not an urban renewal?
I'm not familiar with that, sir. I can look into it and find out.
It is. I thought you said that the county, in fact, could not create an urban renewal agency.
I did, and I may have been wrong on that.
Oh, okay. The
I'll go-
other question I had was, the city commission decides it's going to dissolve an agency, there's existing debt,
Right.
and so it can't dissolve until the
Right.
debt's paid. Can a subsequent commission that comes in and the debt is not yet paid essentially revitalize that? And they might have to do another plan, but do they have to actually go through step one to do that?
No, what would happen is this. The city decides that either this urban renewal agency is out of control, they politically can't control them, or there's no need for them, one or the other. But there's tax increment bonds yet to be paid. They would step in and appoint themselves the directors of the urban renewal agency.
Yep.
And all they would do is meet once a year or once every 6 months to make sure that the incremental tax revenue got paid to the bondholders to keep the bonds current. And they would just continue to do that, and they need not take any other activity because there's already an existing plan, the bonds have been sold. It's just to make sure that the bonds get paid. That's all they do.
But then a subsequent commission, while that's going on, could come in and say, "Oh, we shouldn't have done that." Are
A
they-
subsequent city council
That's what I meant, city council.
could then change their mind down the road and say, well, we want to now amend the plan and revitalize this urban renewal agency. So they could do that.
And they wouldn't have to go back to square one to do it.
If they change the plan, and
It's sort of square one.
yeah, if they make a major amendment or a substantial amendment, they would have to adopt the amendment in the same way they adopted the original plan. But if they make no amendments or they only make insubstantial ones, they don't have to do
And
that.
this all goes through the 90-day
Exactly,
process.
exactly.
Okay.
open it, or someone else could?
No, it's closed.
So,
And the debt's there.
on the debt's paid.
You'd have to go through the formation of a new district.
So,
Now remember, I want to make clear one thing here so it's not confused. You have one urban renewal agency. You will and can have multiple urban renewal areas. So let's not merge the two. We're talking about the steps to get rid of the agency itself. The area is something different than the agency. So, you could have 5 or 10 different urban renewal areas. You'd have to have a plan for each one and all that. And you can shut them down after the debt's been paid, because the bondholders have a lien on all the taxes until the debt's been paid. And you can amend them and you can change them. But that's different than discontinuing the agency itself. Now, the powers of the Urban Renewal Agency are set forth, of course, in the statute. And the statute is kind of weird. It's got 2 different sections that talk about the same topic. It has first specific powers of an agency, and then it has kind of general powers. And your powers include to carry out work or exercise any powers which a housing authority is authorized to perform under a different statute, so you can go out and build affordable housing, to carry out rehabilitation or conservation work in an urban renewal district, to acquire property by condemnation if necessary when needed to carry out the plan, to clear any areas acquired, including demolition, removal, or rehabilitation of building and improvements. You can go out and, if you own the building, knock it down. To install and construct streets, utilities, and site improvements in accordance with the plan. You can be letting contracts to contractors to go out and build streets and roads and do all that. To carry out plans for a program of voluntary repair and rehab of buildings or other improvements. You can go to people in an urban renewal district and say, we're going to give you some financing, go fix up your storefront, use energy efficient light bulbs, put solar panels on your roof, that sort of thing. You can assist persons being relocated, and you can make relocation payments if you want. You don't have to. You can dispose of any property acquired in the area. You can plan, undertake, and carry out neighborhood development programs consisting of urban renewal project undertakings in one or more areas which are planned and carried out on the basis of annual increments, and to accomplish a combination of the above so long as they're listed as necessary to carry out the plan. Then they go on to say, in addition, you can do the following. You can make plans for the carrying out of a program of voluntary repair and rehab. You can make plans for enforcement of laws, codes, and regulations relating to use of land, use and occupancy of buildings and improvements, repair, rehab, demo, and removal of buildings and improvements. That one seems to overlap with the normal police powers of the city itself. And it's very unclear and rarely, if ever, used for an urban renewal authority to step into that normal police power that the city uses. But urban renewal authorities have that ability within an urban renewal area. Again, you can make plans for the relocation of persons. You can make preliminary plans outlining urban renewal activities for neighborhoods to embrace 2 or more urban renewal areas. You can conduct preliminary surveys to determine if an urban renewal project is feasible. You can develop, test, and report methods and techniques for prevention and elimination of urban blight. And you can engage in any other housing or community development activities specially delegated to the agency by the governing body of the municipality, including but not limited to a long list of things. Now, there's a question here that's yet to be clearly resolved. Some government agencies have inherent powers, just because they are. They don't have to get those powers from a higher source. So, for example, a city is a municipal corporation, and as a municipal corporation, it has its charter. And through the evolution of common law, you have inherent powers. You don't need to go look up a statute that says you have the power to do this. There are other powers that you get by delegation or authorization from the state or a higher authority. It's unclear whether an urban renewal authority, urban renewal agency, is limited only to the powers in the statute or whether it has certain other inherent powers that can either be inherent in their very nature as a government body, or whether or not those are implied powers. That's the kind of stuff lawyers argue about. You probably shouldn't worry about it yourself because the powers are pretty broad here in terms of what you might want to do.
I have a quick question. On the power of the urban renewal agencies, it says to plan, undertake, and carry out neighborhood development programs. What, can you give us an example of a program consisting of urban renewal project undertakings? I mean, are we talking like
You
a business group and urban renewal can use money to support the business group in a blighted area? Or?
You could say, for example, that our neighborhood is blighted because it has garbage cans in alleys, and we're going to develop a plan to make sure that there are no garbage cans visible in alleys. We're going to allocate money to build containers around them. You could have a beautification program in neighborhoods. You could have a storefront improvement program where, businesses have storefronts that aren't that attractive, and you could give them some money to fix up the storefronts. It's really very, very broad.
So does it have to be for something like bricks and mortar, like something hard? Or can it be like for a marketing program for downtown or a blighted area? Or can it be used in those ways?
If it's in your plan that you are using it to eliminate blight by non-brick and mortar expenditures, you can do it. But if it's not in your plan, you can't do it. So you've got to outline in the plan what you're going to be spending the money on. Now, one important point is you can't spend money outside of the plan area. So, subject to that limitation.
So meaning if you wanted to do, if it was in the plan to do a marketing campaign to attract people to a blighted area for living or shopping, does that mean you can't spend those revenues on media outside of the...
Very good question. I don't know the answer.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm...
No, it's a very good question. Let's say you put in your plan that you want to do ads in the Sunday Oregonian, billboards, come to this area of Oregon City and enjoy our wonderful area of Oregon City. Are you spending that money in the urban renewal district? Probably not, because the check goes downtown to the Oregonian, but you're clearly spending it for the benefit of the district. Okay.
There's a question.
Yeah.
So one of the areas that you talked about with respect to the enumerated versus implied powers, we've been asked to make a couple of decisions as a body here without clear guidance on procurement authority, at least forgive my lack of diligence if that's the case. I don't know what rule sets we are supposed to be following as far as procurement authority.
That one is, I think, a little easier to answer in that there's a state statute that covers all procurement activities by governmental bodies, and that would be what would govern.
What happened, in fact, was that we were advised by the city staff that the Urban Renewal Commission uses the Oregon City rule set, and I don't know whether this body has ever adopted that rule set or not, or whether we can.
Well, I don't want to give you an off-the-cuff answer to a detailed question. The basic answer I can give you is you've got to comply with the applicable state statute.
Which would be the model rules or some individual rules that this entity adopts or that the City of Oregon City adopted and by some association is applicable to this authority.
Well, if you've got rules that fill in the details and comply with the state procurement requirements, you can adopt your own rules, unless your municipality, Oregon City, says, no, we want you to follow our rules, in which event you then have a political issue because you are autonomous from them and they don't have the power to control you, but they have the power to replace you. Commissioner?
On the same question related to procurement, can the Urban Renewal Agency be a public contract review board, or is that only the local governing body, in this case the Oregon City Commission, that acts as the public contract review board.
Sorry, I'd have to look at the statute to give you an answer. I don't know that off the top of my head. And if you'd like to remind me, send me an email, and I'll take a look at the statute and give you a more reasoned answer. Okay. There are some other limitations, though, on what you can do. You may not add more than 20% new land to the original land area of the district. You can't expand it by more than that. And you can dispose of land to public or private enterprises at what is called its fair reuse value. Now, fair reuse value is a term of art, and here's what it means. Let's say that Pioneer Place downtown is a good example. The zoning on the 4 blocks that constitute Pioneer Place was CX, which allowed office, retail, all kinds of typical stuff you see downtown. The height limitation was 350 feet, let's say. The maximum density FAR you could build on it is an FAR of 9:1, meaning if you had a 40,000 square foot block, you could build 360,000 square feet of office space above that. So along comes the Portland Development Commission and says, we don't want to see an office building of 360,000 square feet on this block. We want to see a 2-level or 3-level retail mall, which would only have 120,000 square feet of retail space. And so the developer who's going to develop this is not going to pay the PDC the price of land that would be justified only by a 360,000 square foot office building. They're only going to pay a price that will only be justified by 3 levels of retail, which is going to be a much lower price. So the PDC goes out to buy a block and goes to the owner, and the owner says, I want you to pay me $400 a square foot for this block. And they say, why? Well, it's because I can put a 360,000 square foot office building on it. And an appraiser will tell you $400 a square foot is the value you'd pay for an office building that size. So what PDC has to do is to pay that person that amount of money, $400 a square foot. But then when they sell it to the person and they tell them, you got to build a retail center. We're going to compel you to build a 3-story retail center and nothing less and nothing more. The PDC sells the land for $100 a foot. And the difference is financed by the public. The reason being that the PDC says this is what the public wants here. And so that's what fair reuse value means. And what it really means is an appraiser goes and looks at the use that is required on the site by the Urban Renewal Agency, and they back out what a fair value for the land is, assuming development costs and assuming the developer's profit and overhead. So you determine what the fair reuse value is. The statute does not say it has to be appraised, but most urban renewal agencies don't want to make that judgment on their own without an appraisal.
A moment on that one. Let's see, we've got property. It's been rezoned, okay? And the use now is now non-conforming use. It's gone out of non-conforming use for a year. And new zoning applies. I presume that wouldn't apply at that point anymore, because what did exist, what they were able to do, was non-conforming, and the use has disappeared for a year. So that would not hold under that case, I presume.
Well, you're correct. If the fair market value that you would have to pay for that land would reflect, first of all, you don't have to pay fair market value. What we're talking about here is when you sell it. You could go to that property owner and argue back and forth about what fair market value is. Clearly, the value is reduced by the fact that the non-conforming use went away. The only time you have to pay, quote, fair market value is when you use condemnation, and then a jury decides what the fair value is. But if you're skillful in your negotiations and you can go to somebody and argue their price down, there's no external sort of test on the acquisition as to whether you paid fair market value. the only external test would be in condemnation. But on the disposition, you can't sell it for anything less than fair reuse value, because if you sell it for less, you're conferring a benefit on the developer and giving them an unfair subsidy. So it's to stop urban renewal agencies from doing things like this. You're on the agency board. Your brother-in-law is a builder. You make a compelling argument as to why your brother-in-law ought to get the property for free. And you don't tell them that it's your brother-in-law, when in fact, any unrelated developer would pay $100,000 for the land. It's to stop that kind of activity. And no offense to your brother-in-law.
I don't have one.
Okay, let's move on then to the tax increment financing. As I've told you before, it's a way to sell bonds. It's all the revenue that comes in as tax increment creates a stream of money that you can take to Wall Street and sell bonds. So how does that work? Let's say that your tax increment in the first year is $1 million. But you can project that that increment will grow at 3% a year. So in year 2, it's $1,030,000. In year 3, it's $1,070,000, et cetera. You lay that out for 25 years, and you take that stream of income, and you go to an investment banker, and you say, how much bond money can I get by transferring to the bondholders this stream of income? And out comes a number. And key to that number is what's the interest rate you have to pay on the bonds, which is a function of what are interest rates in the general marketplace. So let's say that with a stream of $1 million a year, you can raise $15 million of money. That's the money that comes into your hands when you sell the bonds, and that's what you have to use to implement your plan. And then what happens is the bonds become, in effect, a lien on those tax payments that you get every year. So as tax payments roll into the county assessor, the assessor calculates what the increment is that belongs to you. They write you a check. You then, every 6 months, write a check to the bondholders. And you may decide that you want to be very conservative. And if $15 million is the number that $1 million a year would support, you may choose to only sell $7 million. But there are some subtleties here. Let's talk about those. First of all, the risk to the bondholder is often a function of whether or not the increment you have projected will in fact be realized. So if you say to the bondholder, the increment I'm selling to you is what exists today, and it will increase 3% a year, and it will never go down. And it will never go down because historically property taxes have always kept bumping up. That's one thing. If you go to the investment banker and say, under our plan, we are going to see a private developer build a 4-block retail development called Pioneer Place, and when it is built, we will then have increment of $5 million a year. So we want you today to sell us or to give us money justified only by a $5 million increment stream. And the investment banker is going to say to you, are you crazy? I mean, I'm not going to secure a bond by a project that hasn't even been started yet. So the tricky thing is, if you're going to use your tax increment to sell bonds for projects not yet built, you have to figure out how, number one, you're going to do that, because it's the increment that comes from what already exists that you're going to use to create something new. And then what you have to figure out is, well, when this new increment is created, what are we going to do? Well, you're going to use that new increment when it's created to provide money for yet some other future project. Or you're going to use that increment to retire the bonds early, to pay them down. Or you may use that increment to refinance the bonds. But these are the kinds of financial planning things that have to go on here. Now, in some circumstances, what do you do when you don't have enough increment from existing development, and the only way that you can sell the bonds is to assume that this yet-to-be-built project will be built? It's very hard to do. we've done it in a few instances, and what you do is the developer who acquires the land from you has to pledge that every year I will pay X dollars, which is equal to the projected increment as though I built the building, even if I don't build the building. It's called a gap payment. And that only works if the developer's credit is sufficient to support that in the eyes of the investment banker. So generally what you're working off of is an increment that exists and can be readily predicted. Also, you can only use tax increment financing if that's provided for in your urban renewal plan. So it's critical that you have that in there. I've got on page 8 some of the real complexities, which I will just kind of skim over in terms of how the mechanics and the accounting of the increment works. But basically, for municipalities with more than 50,000 people, the assessed value of your plan area, when you add a new plan area to an existing plan area, can't be more than 15% of the total assessed value of the entire municipality. So in other words, take the maximum indebtedness of your plan area and each of the others you've already got, that can't in total exceed more than 15% of the total assessed value of the entire city. That's an important limitation. And then there are some methods for collecting the taxes, and you have to, the city by ordinance has to select one of 3 financing plans, and basically option 1, it says we're going to collect it through the normal taxes. Option 2 says we're going to have a special levy, which means additional taxes, and option 3 is we're going to do some of each. But you have to specify in the plan how you're going to do that. Now,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah,
which one of these options would you say we're operating under?
I haven't looked at your plan. I don't know.
Thanks.
Yeah. Now, the
Is Mr. Patterson answering when I do that? It's optional, actually. Yeah.
I have a quick question too.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting this, but just to make it real easy for me, let's say before our urban renewal district is determined, we have a building that pays $100 a year in property taxes. That is then included into the plan area, into the district. So that tax base of $100 is frozen, right? And that money still goes to the state, the county, the schools, everywhere else. Is that right?
It's frozen not as to amount, it's frozen as to where it goes.
Okay.
It goes to the city, the county, the state, the schools.
That
et cetera.
$100.
That $100.
Okay, the following year, my taxes go up 3%, and I
Right.
pay $103 in
Right.
taxes. That same $100 still goes to the other people just like it did before.
Correct.
And the $3 goes to the urban renewal fund.
Correct.
Okay. And as that grows, it's just that anything over that $100 goes to urban renewal.
You got it.
Okay.
Correct.
Just, so
And-
we're not when people say urban renewal takes money from schools or the county or the city, it doesn't take that frozen base. What it takes, or it just doesn't allow that increment or above that $100 that it may never have gone up if it was a blighted area.
Correct.
That doesn't go to those. Urban renewal only takes what goes above that.
Correct.
Okay.
You got it perfectly. It's kind of like, are you looking at the glass half full or half empty?
Right.
If you look at it from the point of view of the county would argue the urban renewal tax increment takes money away from me because I would have gotten my share of the $3. From the urban renewal authority's perspective, hey, wait a minute, county, we have so increased the overall tax base by curing this blighted area. We've brought so much increased economic development that while you may not be getting your share of incremental taxes, you are getting other benefits. And oh, by the way, when the bonds are paid off and the district closes down, you're going to get a ton of money. And the county or the city or the school district will push back and say, we can't wait 25 years. We have a much shorter need than that. Yeah.
But it's still getting what it was before.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
years, I thought just that increment paid off the bonds, but I'm now understanding that all the people within the city pay towards this urban renewal, this division of taxes. So maybe you could explain to me how that works.
Well,
That's awful. I can't figure that one.
the bonds are paid off only by increment within the urban renewal area.
Okay.
So, if you are outside the urban renewal area, none of your taxes go to pay down the bonds.
Okay, so you have an urban renewal tax on it, don't we all have?
No, no.
Well, why did I
I
think
think
that?
there's some confusion.
Bonds, separate bonds.
I think we do. I think, no, I got on my tax statement too.
Yeah.
Okay, so help
We're
me
talking-
separate the two.
Yeah, we're talking two different things. One, you're talking about paying off bonded
Yeah,
debt.
okay.
And that is the increment going into the urban renewal agency. In
Right.
regards to the collection of taxes from urban renewal, there is a division of taxes that is spread throughout the city. Everyone pays urban renewal taxes within the city.
And how is that determined what everyone pays?
And what is the step?
It's determined by the tax assessor in terms of allocating the division of taxes. And that's a calculation,
you
and I won't even try to go through that calculation, because that,
I thought maybe Mr. Janik
He
could.
gave us a two-page,
yeah.
formula.
And I,
It's basically whatever they say your maximum flat is divided, allocated based on your assessed value.
and I'll find that memo and send it to you again if you want to read that. And what it goes to pay is, again, it is that division of taxes, that tax rate that's established there, that generates the revenue stream or the taxes that comes into the urban renewal district. So it's really the increment above, now under Measure 50, gives you the authority. So that's where you get that.
Is it a case, this is confusing to me still. Okay, you've got the increment that's coming in from the urban renewal agency, but
It's not the agency.
The district.
It's the area. Isn't it the area that?
well, the area, yeah, excuse me, I mean, yes, excuse me.
Because you could have multiple.
No, I know that, excuse me, I said it wrong, that's all. The area in question, you got the increment, is that levy we're paying just simply spreading that increment over the whole population? That is, it's the same 3%, but it's divvied out through the whole population instead.
Yeah, again, this is where it goes beyond almost logical explanation. It's something, it's a formula that the assessor comes up with. Again, the increment that's created in the district
Yes.
gives you the taxing authority. He'll go through his calculation, and there will be a rate that is in the Oregon City Tax Code, and you can look at that, and that's roughly, for ours, it's 71 cents, I believe it is, or something of that nature. It's through that amount in which that generates the taxes that comes into the district.
And I think you had a property owner that's in the area, they see the same tax rate. I think it's the way it's distributed. The total amount, I think, is the same, and it didn't increase my taxes any more than the normal 3% would if it increased my taxes to begin with. A segment of that is being allocated to urban renewal.
Another way to look at that, if urban renewal went away, your taxes would not go down. All it does is go back to the various, that portion goes back to the
Yep.
various taxing entities. So the 505 that the city has, and actually, if you go through that, our calculation was actually 415. So if you do away with the something of that nature, put right in that area, but if you do away with urban renewal, then we'll be collecting, always be charged 505. So your
Yeah,
taxes
so
would not go
it's
down.
just that the total has been allocated, and that allocation has occurred because of the 3% increment plus what other development is, well, 3% increment only, that's occurred in the area.
Well, a new assessed value being created in there.
Except would that come to me, though? I mean, that wouldn't be my 3%. That's an additional money coming in.
It's part of that.
Yeah, I guess.
It gets a little, it's beyond comprehensive.
I have a question. When you were talking, you used the $100 example, the 3%. Excuse me, the comment was made, well, the county wouldn't, they'd be upset because the 3% didn't go to them, or their portion of the 3% is each year increased. But the other part of that is if we do in fact take a piece of property that has no taxes that he owns, or very little taxes, and we increase the value of that significantly, so that property starts paying more taxes than it did in the initial phase, then the county or whoever the taxing agency is going to get the benefit, at least the first year, of whatever that new increase in taxes are.
No, it won't. Because if you create a planned district and a building is built after the planned district is created, that increased tax is tax increment that runs through this complicated system that generally goes to the benefit of the urban renewal agency and not to the benefit of the normal taxing jurisdictions.
And so even if there was public property that had no tax base, and now there is a tax base,
Right.
because a development goes in there, all of that goes back into the district.
Correct. I have to tell you, I think there are only 3 or 4 people in the state that understand it all comes about largely because of ballot measure 50 and the interaction between the tax increment and the mechanics of ballot measure 50. And I literally, I've never been able to understand how it works. And we rely on about 3 or 4 municipal bond experts and county assessors to try to make sense out of it.
So the benefit is when the plan reaches its end, and then the tax, all those tax increases at that point, and in that
Right.
year, become a benefit to all the taxes.
Right.
Well, there's other benefits that take place too, particularly with the jobs creation, because there's an income tax component. Again, I have given you a memo which you have in your packet that kind of goes through that. Those questions came up before, and I've added a little bit more with the question and answers that are handed out today in regards to that.
Another example is Multnomah County and the city of Portland each have a business income tax. And so one of the big beneficiaries of urban renewal in, say, downtown Portland has been increases in the business income tax, because you take an area where there may not have been any employers, and all of a sudden you revitalize it, people move in from outside of the jurisdiction in, they start paying a business income tax. The combined Portland and Multnomah County business income tax is 3.46% of your taxable income generated within the jurisdiction. So there are other indirect tax benefits that happen. Yeah. Yes, Commissioner.
I'm unclear as to whether the question got answered as to if it's only the increment that's paying off bonds, what is the taxation of citizens outside of the urban renewal plan area? Where is that money going to? What uses is that going to?
I don't know. Larry?
Again, if you look at your tax code, you will find in the Oregon City Tax Code, which is 62002, I believe it is, there is a urban renewal rate, which is roughly 71 cents. It is through that calculation that you will generate the urban renewal taxes that go to the urban renewal district. That is your tax revenues. It is those revenues that you will use to either pay as-you-go program, or you will pay your bonded debt with, and then any other expenses that you have. You'll have some additional revenues in there as well. And again, that's we can go through the spreadsheets and show you those. It gets a little complicated, but that's the revenue stream, or that's the tax rate that creates a revenue stream going to the urban renewal district.
So is it the case then that the increment, the tax increment within the district can be used solely on paying off bonds, but the income from outside the district may be used for bonds, but not exclusively?
Well, it's like
Is
any
the
other
income from the outside the district precluded from being used for bonds, I guess is my question.
Well, what you have is like any other budget. You have revenues, and in your urban renewal revenues, you have some interest that you collect, you have some rental payments, and you have tax receipts. And then if you sell bonds, you also have bonded debt. It's those revenues, then you're going to have to look at your expenses, and one of those major expenses you have is paying bonded debt. it's up to you as a budget committee to decide where you want to spend the money, but your first obligation is to pay your bonded debt.
Go ahead.
Last one, and I'll let it drop, but, so the revenues or the taxation rate that everyone pays throughout the city, is it determined by the amount of bonds that we owe?
No, not determined by urban renewal
So,
bonds.
I think it's still the total increment, it's just spread throughout the whole community. My tax, the amount of payment I make to the city,
Yes?
if I've got the urban renewal district, is decreased, and it's, you have an increase there, and that's going to the urban renewal district. I am not paying any more than I
Right.
did before.
Oh, okay.
Another quick question on the 2.5.4. You say may borrow money from any public body, and I think you kind of skipped over that. So explain that.
Well, if you can go to this county or the city and convince them to loan you money, this just authorizes you to borrow.
Okay. So urban renewal can borrow money then to implement a plan or a.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Let me give you a for instance. The interstate light rail project required 70% federal funding and a 30% local match. And the local match was going to come from the city and or the Portland Development Commission. And the Portland Development Commission was going to form a new urban renewal district to come up with the money. But the problem was the project needed the cash sooner than the urban renewal district was formed. So the city of Portland loaned money out of the general fund to the PDC so it could then pay the local match so the project could get built. And then after that, the urban renewal district was formed, increments started to flow, and that increment then was used by the PDC to repay the loan from the city of Portland. That's an example.
One closer home is that we're borrowing from reserve funds from City Hall.
I want to wrap up quickly with just showing you these two charts that illustrate the bill that's working its way through the legislature. It's very complicated, and because it's not yet final, I just want to sort of give you an idea of what's going on here. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get more money back to the local governments and the school districts out of the increment. And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to limit the maximum indebtedness that an urban renewal agency can take on, thereby getting more money back to the school districts, county, and city. Then they're also saying that over time, as the increment grows, a slice of it starts being shifted back to the cities and the counties. So when in this first chart, when the TIF revenue equals 3% of the maximum indebtedness, 25% of the future growth in TIF revenue goes to what they call the overlapping jurisdictions, which means the city and the counties. And then in further out years, when the TIF equals 10% of the maximum indebtedness, all future growth beyond that goes to the overlapping jurisdictions. So it's, as you see in the footnotes here, again, I don't take any credit for this, but this is an analysis done by the PDC. The basic concept is get more money back to the cities and counties, but still give urban renewal agencies enough money to go out and do things using the increment. And going back to your question about the benefits at the end when the bonds are paid off, this accelerates that day of benefit because it reduces the amount of total indebtedness and then shifts more money during those out years before the bonds are paid off.
And this applies to new plans or any extensions beyond this point.
Yeah, this does not apply to existing districts unless existing districts increase their maximum indebtedness. Basically it applies to newly formed districts.
But this isn't in place yet. Is that
Not
right?
yet. But this gives you a heads up as to what's, if you thought it was complicated, what we just talked about, this is to add some more.
Is this for 50,000 population or more?
I don't think so. I don't think it's limited by population. It has to do with the total amount of assessed value.
So what does it mean by large metropolitan plan? Because I think it's referred to in the other places.
Well, I don't know if it's 50,000 or whether the large means population or the large means large assessed value. I don't know. I haven't looked at the bill myself.
Thank you, Mr. Janik. One last question from me on the legal aspects of this, and it's going to be kind of off the usual discussion amongst the Urban Renewal Commission here. I work with constituents who really would like to see citizens in Oregon City, like citizens in Tualatin, or Beaverton, Tigard, and Gresham, be able to vote on the issuance of debt and the approval of plan or plan amendments, as opposed to just having a public hearing on urban renewal plan and plan amendments. And they have considered a charter amendment petition in that regard. And I'm just wondering whether 457-135 would preclude citizens from undertaking that type of city charter amendment in Oregon City. When it says no direct or collateral attack on the action may thereafter be commenced, is that strictly limited to court challenges? I mean, would that block citizens from amending their own charter to say the plan will be submitted by referendum within 90 days of this charter amendment?
Well, you've got a number of issues there,
Sure.
so let me try to take them apart. First of all, this would prohibit any challenge after a plan has been adopted, including a challenge by initiative, I believe, or referendum, or certainly a court challenge. It says no direct or collateral attack on the action may thereafter be commenced. Now, a separate question within your question is, could a urban renewal authority organize itself in such a way that every time it sold bonds, it had to go to the people to get a vote? And I don't know the answer to that question, because statute really is silent on that issue. And so you go back to the question of whether or not the state interest in urban renewal trumps the inherent local government's power to do that. And I'm not going to try to give you any kind of well-reasoned answer off the cuff on
Sure.
a question like that. But that's the clash.
Interesting. Okay.
And, then, of course, there's all these policy questions as to whether or not you think something that reallocates taxes rather than increasing taxes and does so as part of a complicated renewal plan is really something that you want to refer to the voters. I mean, you would, as you I'm sure know and have seen, these plans are very complicated, and the evaluation of them is a very important and complicated thing that can have great impacts for the community. And whether you want that to be subject to more than public input, you want it to be subject to votes of political questions.
Right. Thank you.
To your knowledge, has an urban renewal agency ever had to declare bankruptcy?
I have not heard of one declaring bankruptcy.
I was saying if, in fact, they went to one of these other devices where the developer, in fact, has committed some funding and they ultimately can't do it, they've gone into bankruptcy, and the urban renewal agency is not able to recover all of the capability of doing it, and as a result, they can't meet their obligations either.
I've never heard of that happening, and there are some obvious safeguards. First, the source of the revenue to pay back the borrowed money is generally tax increment, which isn't dependent upon the developer. If you have a project where you've actually been able to sell bonds against future increment, that could arise, but I don't know who's going to loan you money based upon future increment.
Yeah.
So that's a kind of governor or a check on that. Now, if you went out and borrowed a bunch of money from the city and you overextended yourself, and you didn't have revenues beyond the increment, and you'd already pledged the increment to bonds, then that'd be pretty imprudent, and theoretically that could happen. The only other possibility is if we have a catastrophic decline in property values, and people then petition the tax assessor for a reduction in the maximum assessed value of their property, and enough people do it, that we are no longer seeing taxes increase, we're seeing them decrease, and decrease over a sustained period of time. That could lead to you filing bankruptcy because you wouldn't have the increment that you had pledged to pay the bonds. But what that would take is a massive and prolonged and very aggressive property owner appeal on each and every property in the urban renewal district to drive down the increment.
Our assessed value is generally so much lower than the market value.
Right, right. I mean, what you have is, you have maximum assessed value. I'm sorry, you have real market value, which is here, and then you have maximum assessed value here. And the ratio between real market and maximum assessed may be 60% or something like that, with the maximum assessed being 60%. And so what the property owner would have to do is come to the assessor and say, my real market value is now below my maximum assessed value, and you now have to reduce my maximum assessed value. And that's a big hill to climb.
The city would probably go bankrupt before the urban renewal agency.
If I could comment before Steve leaves, hopefully before this event is over, we'll be able to talk as holistically as possible. I think when we're talking about taxes and urban renewal, it's important to consider that urban renewal is a tool to accomplish something. And all too frequently, we get caught under the influence of gravity and start looking at a particular piece of property or something. I think for an urban renewal agency to be effective, it's really important to understand and agree on the philosophy for being in the business in the first place. Designed properly and implemented effectively, you should be able to create tremendous amount of leverage and goodwill for the broader community. It's always this question of how big is the balance sheet? And I would argue, and I'm going to get into this in the next hour, is that the balance sheet is the entire community. Case in point, we've done 20 projects for the Boise Urban Renewal Agency. The agency spent about $30 million. There's about 120 or to 150 million directly downtown. It may be up closer to 200 million. The area around the urban renewal district has now increased in value hundreds of millions, and it's brought in high-tech employers who would otherwise not come into that community. The same thing as advisors to downtown Bend. Granted, Bend is in trouble because it was superheated and got hit by the recession. But downtown created tremendous value. It brought in the resorts. It added golf courses. It made it a national, if not an international, destination. Same thing with Kirkland. We're working in Salem. We've done this in a lot of places. So I think as an agency, it's important to not lose sight of why you're here, which is the business objective. And in that regard, all of the citizens of Oregon City benefit from a successful urban renewal district. And hopefully we can talk about that more next, if you wanted to respond to that in any way.
Well, my only response would be ask yourself the question, what would Portland be like without the South Auditorium Urban Renewal District that was started in the 60s? What would it be like without the Pearl District? What would it be like without the new South Waterfront? What would it be like without the Oregon Convention Center? The list goes on and on. And if you say, well, those all would have happened anyway, market forces would have made them happen, that's not accurate. I mean, none of the market forces would make that happen. I mean, if you support what Portland's doing with Major League Soccer and AAA baseball in Lentz, there are no market forces that would make that happen. That's all driven by tax increment financing to a large extent. There's about $40.3 million of tax increment financing in the total $83 million package. So I guess the real question for you is, if you think those kinds of projects and those kinds of developments are the kind of things you want to see, that's the best answer to the question of whether urban renewal is a good thing and whether it works or not.
But to carry it further, if a developer knew in advance that they had to have their plan subject to a vote of the populace, they would never show up in the first place. They would not risk the tens of millions of dollars of upfront money to be subject to a vote. I think,
Didn't Tiger just pass an amendment that allowed them to finance their downtown?
through a vote,
Just last November.
that's not individual projects,
Right.
okay? And that may have been a vote to fund the Urban Renewal Agency.
No, it's a vote on the plan for downtown.
That could be on the plan itself? You know, I don't know. Actually, our office is an advisor to Tigard, but somebody else in the office is working on it, so I don't have the details.
Are we,
I'm done.
what kind of schedule, do we have a chance for a break here? What are we going to do?
We're going to bring that in, I think. Terry, do we have dinner coming in?
I'm sorry.
I just think that it's appropriate to thank Steve yesterday
Yes, thank you, Brenda.
for that very detailed
Your
explanation.
questions were great, and I had to, as you saw, admit that some of them I don't know the answer to, but they're all very good questions.
Speaking of that, let me mention one, and I think Steve touched on that. You had asked about county urban renewal district. It is unclear, and that's probably a better question to ask the county. If you look at Chapter 457, the only reference in there is to municipalities. So I don't know what the authority is on which county creates an urban renewal district.
All I know is I pay for
There are three. The county has three that I know.
it. And it isn't in my municipality.
And they're creating another one.
You know,
Creating another one now.
the interesting thing, Commissioner Neely, is just as Larry said, if you go to the authorization section of the statute, it refers to the fact that a municipality may form an urban renewal district. And that's at 457.035, and there's no reference to anything other than a municipality. So,
That's interesting.
anyway, thanks for.
Are we in a break? Are we in a break?
Yes, 5:10.
One question?
Put in a date? Yes. Friday.
You should have had this over. We're reconvened electronically and everything else. And it's, remember, it's Friday, so we're going to get done.
Friday night fights?
Not early.
Maybe.
That depends upon our chair.
Depends on what you think early is.
It does, it does.
Get it moving, Don.
As all of you know, we have been underway with some major projects, and a lot of times, when, as David indicated earlier, we sometimes get focused just on looking at those and not understanding perhaps the big concept of which we're trying to work under. But kind of what has led us to this point has been a very detailed strategy and a body of work getting us to that point. And I'm going to have Dave kind of walk you through what has brought us to this point, a little discussion about the economic development strategy and a number of the components in the plan, and then I'll try to add some additional comments to that at the end. So, Dave? Sure. You want to make sure you're speaking to the microphone. If you're going to walk around, I can get you that hand mic there.
Yeah, I probably should. So I can see what I'm looking at. Okay. Maybe I'll stand back here. What we put together is a collection of thoughts and experience, and what has happened in the evolution of the projects that are now being considered, and how we got to this point. And you each have a copy, and you can make notes in the margins. And if you have a question along the way, please interrupt and ask me, and I'll try to address it. Or as Steve said, maybe it's up ahead. So I want to start by saying that we've really specialized in downtowns and centers. Let's see, is this going to work? There we go. Oops, back one. Okay. So And I put this up because we've been involved in over 80 downtowns around the country, many of them in the Pacific Northwest, California, largely west of the Mississippi. And so a lot of what we're going to see here is the experience that comes from these other communities and what they've been through. And downtowns and central areas are really a business. If they're going to be successful, they have to operate like a business. And we'll get into some of those principles as to what works and what does not. So what is a healthy downtown? What is it? Why is it? How do you make it happen? First of all, I'm a believer that a downtown, and cities to a large extent, are really defined by the physical realm, which is the streets, the public buildings, the open spaces, the parks, the natural areas. It's what gives continuity, makes the city attractive. It's the connecting places and history, bringing human scale to it, and the amenities, water, public art, parks, etc. Water, views, and open space are tremendous contributors to value, and you have a lot of that in Oregon City. And consider, if you would, that the public realm is really the stage, and the sets that go onto those stages are the private investment, if you think of it in theatrical terms. I'm also a strong believer that downtown is the heart of the community, and that you can tell the health of the community by the health of its heart. And this is where people come to meet. It needs to be comfortable, safe. It's a social place. It should be vibrant. It should be it should convey a sense of pride and ownership on the part of the entire citizenry of the community. And it's a place that you want to come to time and time again. Oregon City, for a variety of reasons, has a number of challenges, and we'll get into some of those. A lot of them have to do with the physical structure of the place. The other thing is that all downtowns are really made up of districts. If you think about it, it's quite different from one end to the other, and depending on where you're standing when you're asked the question, what's it like to be in downtown, you'll get a bunch of different answers. And so when we say it has different districts, there are, let's see, do I have a pointer? There's a lot of buttons on here, Larry. There we go. So the retail core, usually in a downtown, is the most visible because it's illuminated, it has color, it has lights, and so on. But all too frequently, we think of a downtown as only being the retail core, when in fact there are concentrations of employment, housing that comes close in and forms that inner city neighborhood that is adjacent to the core. There's a civic center, open space, cultural and institutional facilities, and so on. And sometimes these districts are only a block or two in size, but still they provide a function. And it's how are these arranged and how are they connected and what makes them work and interact. We're the advisors now on Downtown Portland's retail. And part of that challenge is to figure out how it makes the connection to the other districts, such as the Pearl, Portland State University, the waterfront, the West End, and so on. What is the connectivity and the linkages that keep all these parts together? Part of downtown is that it needs to be profitable for the people that are there. We long maintain that downtown is an extremely competitive business. It should not be treated as a project, should not be treated as an event. It is an ongoing competitive business, and that if it's not properly run, you will lose market share, you will lose investment. There's always someone that wants to steal your customers, your tenants, and your capital. So it's competitive, and so it needs to be thought of holistically, and not just in terms of the physical realm, but in terms of economics, marketing, staffing, capital investment, and so on. And it gets to some of the questions that were raised earlier about what can you do with urban renewal with regard to, say, the human infrastructure in addition to the physical, business improvement districts, how do you do outreach, et cetera. So we look in downtowns for a brand. What is the brand of Oregon City? Is it the right brand? This is something I think needs more thought. How is it managed and marketed? How do we increase the sales? How do we increase the rents? How does parking work in support of those systems? And how is it responsive to market changes? Retail, for example, is the fastest changing land use. It redefines itself every 5 to 7 years. It's not unusual for a chain of stores to completely remodel every 5 years simply to keep up with the competition. So it's the most visible part of the city, and it defines the community health and the livability. I think it's also an indicator, and I was getting to some of this in the last hour, where the health of the downtown really directly contributes to the health of the overall community. And so if it's a struggling downtown, it frequently is reflected in a struggling city. Healthy is average, but Superior brings back high values, not just in terms of capital, but in terms of the quality of life and the experience living there. And in the time we've been working together as a team, we can definitely see upward changes in Oregon City, greater respect in the region, investment coming in, and just as a result of working on the rivers and the Cove, investors have come in, bought buildings in the downtown, fixed them up, added businesses, and so on. So we know that success follows success, and that's been part of the strategy. It's also, there's a paradigm shift, too, where it used to be that the employers drew the people, but now we're finding more and more that it's the people that draw the employers. And the quality of life, the quality of schools, the quality of the community is what will bring the jobs in. The Pearl District, even though our unemployment is high, there are still people moving into Portland, remarkably. The in-migration is still up. And because people are seeking a quality of life, and when there's a quality of life, the employers will come next. There's also a correlation between where the jobs are and where the business owners where the business owners live. Cruise Way is successful for a reason. There's a lot of high-income census tracts right next to Cruise Way, and that's where the investment lives, and that's where the jobs are. So in thinking about what does an urban renewal agency do and how does it assure that your investments are going to be sound, is that there's great danger in letting the parts get separated. And I think this is both the challenge and the excitement of being part of a body like this is how do you keep all these parts together working effectively, as is the case in any business? And it begins with leadership, absolutely. And I tell city councils all the time, if you reach into the toolbox and there's only one in there, it better be leadership. Because without that, the rest becomes somewhat academic. And I think you've had good leadership here, particularly in the last few years. There was a time when Oregon City was considered, to be blunt, having weak leadership. And I think it showed up in lack of investment. So beginning with leadership, all of these other parts, and this list is by no means complete. It needs to be marketed, managed. You need housing that's quality nearby. As you invest in the downtown, the quality and value of housing and infill housing adjacent to the downtown will rise. There's a number of new tools that are being used, and they're not so new now. Smart growth, new urbanism, placemaking. These are planning paradigms and should be a part of your decision making. Amenities, public safety. Is it a safe place to come? Can you be down there at night when it's dark? You feel safe walking around. And through public-private partnerships, which is really how downtowns and cities get rebuilt now, using urban renewal as a tool, I would say most successful downtowns are involved in public-private partnerships, and you have a couple on the table. The private sector wants to come into a community that has a realistic plan. It wants multiple opportunities. It wants strong governmental and community leadership, an appropriate level of community quality of life factors. Is this an attractive place to be? Am I going to be able to bring in employees? Are shoppers going to want to come here? The infrastructure has to be functional and available. And there should be an appropriate level of government services and resources. And a balance between assistance, assurance, and regulation. The ability to finance public investment and the willingness of the leaders in the community to take calculated risks. And the operative word here is willingness and calculated. So a little bit about planning. When we started this, and it began back, oh gosh, it seems like a long time ago now. We started out with the discussion of economic development. And I came in on a Saturday morning at an invitation, and we talked for a number of hours, and they asked my opinion about economic development, and I said, I think with all the resources that you have in Oregon City, one of the strongest and least used is your regional center designation. That you've been designated under Region 2040 as one of 7 regional centers, but it's never really been activated. And if it could be activated, and we'll get into some of that, then we think that that is a tool that can bring you leverage and some success. So part of what we did is working with the staff is we went back and we looked, I'm not going to belabor going through all of these, is we looked at all of the plans that had been done from about 1980 and tried to draw from them in terms of going forward, in terms of what had gone before us. And a lot of them have to do with, a lot of them have to do with sort of sub-area plans and so on. To some extent, they were integrated, but for the most part, they were a series of independent plans. Numerous plans on the downtown. By the way, it is not unusual. We get calls from around the country from a city manager or a mayor and say, we want some help in the downtown. And my first question is, what plan are you working on? And then they'll say, what do you mean? I say, how many plans have failed? Well, 3. Do you know why? No. And that is a very common phone conversation. So we took that conversation on a Saturday morning and began to craft a strategy for Oregon City that was really built on both strengthening the downtown and creating a regional center. And that it was both good planning and it was also economic development. And so the goals, and these were, I believe, goals that were already in place when this started. Now, the Urban Renewal District had been in place for a long time, but there had not been a tremendous amount of activity downtown. So these were the goals that were, I believe, on the books. Larry, do you remember? Yeah. And so I'm not going to read them all, but they have to do with increasing in community value, diversification, industry, and so on. And so we've tried to use these as a base case against which to measure objectives. In other words, you've got to have something to measure success against. And so we've tried to do this, and the evolving strategy is really designed to address these goals. So we then begin to look at Oregon City's downtown and its challenges. And you have, I think, of all of the cities in the region, the most geographic and topographic diversity from what we consider to be the expanded regional center. And consider that the regional center is larger than a downtown. So we looked at some of the history, the Old Town area, the historic district, which we call downtown. But when you think about it, most of the shopping activity is really uptown, up on the hill. So to some extent, you have a historic district and an Old Town district downtown. That this was originally a water-based industry for transport and processing. You have really a split in your urban concentrations geographically and topographically, and that the residential neighborhoods, particularly the old ones, are based on the grid and in some cases superimposed on the topography. So you have some steep streets trying to adhere to the grid. And opportunistic development, and the downtown is really anchored by the landfill in the Cove on the north and the mill on the south. And not inconsistent with most downtowns, it has multiple personalities, which is it's different things at different places. And so in the planning process, we tried to take all of this into consideration and recognize that it's not the same in all locations in the downtown, but there really is diversity. So the shift here, and the big idea was to shift from just a downtown fix-up and clean up to a really big idea, which I just expressed, was to take advantage of the regional center designation. And candidly, our advice was, you probably ought to use it or just lose it, and because there are implications that go with it. And that implied in that, if you think about the 7 regional centers, and they are, let me see, here's the central city. We have Gateway, Gresham, here's Oregon City. Another one, I think it's on here, is, I'm sorry, that's Clackamas Town Center. There's Oregon City, Hillsborough, and Washington Square. So there are in the Region 2040 hierarchy, and I know many of you know this, we have a central city, Portland, 7 regional centers, 30 town centers, urban corridors, station area communities, and each of these are hierarchical urban forms with certain expectations and responsibilities. And one of them is that a regional center will serve a population of about 150,000. Okay? So by 150,000, back up a little bit, the regional centers, I don't think it says this in the plan, but absolutely implied in the Region 2040 plan, to my way of reading it, is that the regional centers ultimately, over time, become satellite cities. And that the dependency on the central city, Portland, particularly as congestion gets worse and worse, the dependency becomes less and less. And so a regional center serves as a satellite concentration, and it can carry functions and activities and uses that the smaller town centers around it are not capable of accommodating. But what it does is, in terms of efficiencies and sustainability, it tends to keep, oops, sorry. I got one at home that's only got 2 buttons on it, Larry. Is that over time, this becomes somewhat self-sustaining, and that the trips back and forth to Portland become less and less, and this becomes more holistic. And so part of this was to explore that, and the mayor went out and talked to the mayors and the councils in these other places to discuss this. And this is something that is very much an incomplete discussion at this point, and something that the Urban Renewal Board may want to pick up and help carry out, which is what is the relationship between Beaver Creek and here, and Molalla and Canby to Oregon City, and how does that get defined in the future? You know, you have a major hospital, there'll be other institutions that will come with time. Lake Oswego is a town center, and they're obviously across the river. There's no regional center in the Southwest there isn't one. There's the closest would be Washington Square. Yes.
So you're showing, I see you have Wilsonville on there connecting to us. In my mind, I would see it being served by Washington Square, but so you're saying the mileage or the freeway access, or you see it's, how did you come up with that?
Well, I live in Wilsonville, and I think it is.
Yeah. When I talked to that community, they believed it was partly because we're the county seat, but
Yeah.
a lot of the business that happened here rather for Wilsonville because of the hospital and the easy
And the
access.
school district too was the most,
Right.
they're closer.
Yeah, so the
It's-
link to West Lynn.
It's one, if any of these broke away, that one would likely break away and go to something else.
Battles Washington
Yeah,
County.
that's probably the longest reach. I mean, you get out in here, there's no other choice.
Yeah, then we are, yes.
Yeah. So it has interesting implications going forward, which is having to do with what is the relationship with these other jurisdictions. And we were very involved, for example, in the creation of the Sunset Corridor, which was a group of cities and the county to put together an economic development strategy. You see the same thing with the Sunrise Corridor up in Multnomah County. And as an economic unit over time, which hasn't really been discussed yet, this could establish an identity for marketing, for attracting jobs, for attracting industry, et cetera. It's an opportunity waiting. It's also waiting for the recession to end. So we begin then to look at to look at what might constitute the regional center, and part of this was to get a physical understanding of how it worked. The old town is right in here, the historic district, which has really been considered downtown Oregon City, and then we have this. No, I'm sorry. That's the mill. There's Old Town. Then there's this connecting piece right in here, which is not defined particularly well, the cove, the landfill. And then the rest of this is really you move up onto the bluff, and I've got some more detail as we come in closer. Key to a downtown is many, many projects, and some of those don't have to necessarily be big dollar projects. But, for example, some of them might be private sector, public-private partnerships. Some of them could be public sector projects. Some of them could be human infrastructure organizations, rewriting your code, flower baskets in the summertime. There's a whole variety of things that a downtown can do to help merchandise and strengthen itself, and they don't have to cost a lot of money. We were working in Bellingham, and I was negotiating a multi-story mixed-use project at the same time that the mayor decided he wanted to have a art garbage can competition. So the store sponsored a garbage can, and they put artists on it, and these garbage cans were incredible. They got much more attention than that mixed-use building, and helped to create a sense of place in the downtown. I mean, there's little things like that where you can get a lot of leverage. Part of the strategy here was to say, if we can strengthen this end right here, which in time I have every confidence that that will emerge into a more urban use, much as it did in Bellingham with GP leaving the waterfront and now getting redeveloped. And redeveloping the north end, that some of the challenges in the historic core will become strengthened by a stronger market presence. This is a very challenging area for a variety of reasons, mainly physical with the train, the bluff, the river, being able to get north-south circulation through it, and so on. And be glad to talk about that to any extent that you'd like to. So we then began to examine opportunity sites, and this is, I don't believe at all, a complete list. Looking at different properties, we looked at ones that were owned by the city that could be used to attract in investment. And actually, a number of properties over the course of this planning process have been purchased and fixed up. The county still has a major presence in the downtown with its courts, and in some respects, that's a challenge. But there's and I think this is all in your literature, and there's details on these properties. So things that we've learned, and this was sort of a mid-course progress report, is that it's really important to pick capable and experienced partners who have been through it before. The pervasive need for strong leadership and support within the community, to constantly be looking at financing solutions from multiple sources, not just one. That this is tough. This is tough work, and it doesn't have to be negative. It's hard work. It's very competitive, and it takes time. This is a slow process. Patience is very important, and that you want to create a clear decision-making process as a body, and to be able to show accomplishments and mark for the future. One of the things we did, I don't think we did it this last year, but in prior years we put out an annual report, which the mayor spoke to on a number of occasions, and it talked about the achievements of the years. And I don't know if this board has those prior reports, but if you don't, you might want to go back and read them, because each year, actually a lot has been accomplished in Oregon City. We have a process that we call a success audit, which is it sounds more exotic than it is. It's really inventorying all your successes over a period of time. What's interesting is, as many cities as I've worked in, there's no one individual that knows all the successes. So it takes a team to be able to write them down. And what you may think something is a success that somebody else doesn't, but in terms of marketing to capital and tenants and employers and leadership, to be able to have that toolkit of successes and to be able to work with the media and tell your story. So it's not, Mr. and Miss Developer, you're not the first one in the door. You're number 57, and here's the 56 that went ahead of you. It works very effectively.
I have a question on it.
Yeah.
Creative financing solutions from multiple sources are necessary. Can you just give me an idea what that means?
In the last 15 years or so, I have never seen two projects financed exactly the same way. They are all different, particularly in public-private partnerships. Tax increment is clearly, at least in Oregon, the most powerful tool. We don't have a sales tax. If we had a sales tax, we would probably have an equally powerful tool that can be used to fund the public part of the investment, but we don't. There's how do you want to use system development charges, for example? Do you want to plow them back into the immediate area if it's a traffic improvement? Are there tax credits? Are there, different levels of private financing that could go into the deal? Can it be phased and so on? I think we've given a list of tools, but I'll get you one. In fact, Terry, if you'd remind me to send in a list of financing tools, I'll do that. So it's a puzzle in a way. It's to illustrate the point of don't let the parts get separated. And it's very easy. Gravity will always take us to the detail. It's amazing. We can be talking about a regional vision, and the next thing we're counting parking meters, and it just happens by gravity. And so part of the responsibility, I think, of city councils and urban renewal agencies is to be the champion of the vision, the bigger picture, and always remember that it's not just a financial decision, but it's a financial decision that has to be weighed up against the benefits. And who are the beneficiaries, and how far do those benefits ripple? For example, a regional or major shopping center going in my experience, will automatically create a ripple effect of investment around it. I can't think of a case where that does not happen unless it happens in the middle of the city where it's surrounded by high-rises and the ripple can't take place. So part of the philosophy for going after the Cove and the rivers where they were big bang, they put a lot of private capital into the program early in the process, and they would create market draw into the city. And, okay. I'm sorry. So the vision was to reestablish Oregon City's historic role as a regional center for commerce, transportation, innovation, tourism, and livability. And the mission then was to build a sustainable community that promotes public health and safety, economic growth and diversification, parks and recreation, library services, efficient utilities, appropriate and fair land use administration, and protects the livability, environment, and uniqueness in this historic place. And this mission and the goals that I read off earlier, we have tried on a consistent basis to keep going back to those and say, does this decision, does it support the goals as they've been established? So it's a matter of putting together a collection of activities and investments and decisions that collectively add up over time and benefit not just this immediate area, not just a particular piece of real estate, but have a positive ripple effect on the entire community of Oregon City, and even more so as Oregon City's role as a regional center in the southeast subregion. And this is done through a series of side-by-side projects. You want more than one, you want more than two, you want multiple projects going forward, because if one fails or slows, you don't want all your eggs in exactly one basket. Yes, sir.
Since you're talking about the physical framework,
Yeah.
one big picture piece that I don't often hear mentioned is the capitalization on the fact that we have the state highway running through downtown. And rather than seeing it shuttle off, I know that the McLaughlin Improvement Project is supposed to slow down traffic and so on, but I'm wondering how we're going to be able to capitalize on pulling traffic off of that into the downtown area. And I just don't hear that discussed much.
If I understand the question, what happens in this district right here?
Highway 99 goes right through,
Yeah.
but right next to downtown.
Exactly.
To stop people from zooming through.
That's actually part of one of the issues that Main Street is actually talking about, and that's Main Street is one of the components of the whole economic development picture that we have. So, how to do it, I think we all are kind of scratching our head a little bit, but it's one of the things being talked about.
Well, I think, one thing that's obvious as we look at the Main Street is make Main Street something that people want to stop. And we look at gateways and we look at the aesthetics of our downtown, and quite frankly, there's not a lot of reason for people to stop there right now. But those are goals and objectives that Main Street definitely has.
Following up on that a little bit, and it ties into everything we're trying to do in the bigger picture too. And Don's absolutely right. Some of the things with Main Street right now, to make that more attractive, the curb appeal needs to be improved, and that's, you look bit by bit, even the McLaughlin plan helps with some of that curb appeal. And the second thing is to increase the product. And one of the first steps we've done at downtown Florida, addressing that, parking study is a big part of that, because you have to address the parking index and how that works is a piece of it. And then, again, how does the rest of what we're doing here begin to bring development into that core eventually?
And there's that survey that you should have filled out and sent in on how you want to shop in downtown. Well, that helps us define who we're going to go out and bring into retail that's going to be the draw downtown.
I can talk a little bit about downtown now, or we can do it later. It's up to you.
Let's come on. We said not to put all our eggs in one basket. Actually, many of our eggs are being distributed in two baskets. That's Rossman's landfill and the Cove areas. When we look at our budget this time, and it's been approved out of the Urban Renewal Agency, there was precious little to direct actually to the downtown area. In fact, there was nothing, and we insisted there be something. But and yet, I think I see more of these small successes occurring in the downtown area than I see anyplace else. I walked through the Oregon City Shopping Center. We got about 10 closed storefronts there, and it's happened very recently. Whereas I don't see that level of people exiting the downtown area in terms of their businesses. And it seems to me, in trying to go for these bookends you're talking about, we may be, I'm not saying we shouldn't make commitments there, but we're seeing things happen in the area that we aren't concentrating in, and they may happen better if we concentrate a little bit more in those areas.
Don't forget the books.
And there you go. Don't forget the books. Very good.
Well, here's
But if I understand it correctly, I mean, if we don't make the investment in these larger projects, then the amount we're going to have to do things to downtown is going to be flatline. Whereas if we look to the future, which I think we need to do, when the increment starts coming from some of the larger projects, and that's going to give us the ability to do things we wouldn't normally have been able to do downtown.
I'd like to say that as soon as Mr. Leland's done with his presentation, I think you've just hit the precise nub of the question that I wanted to come to this retreat to talk about. So, and it's on the agenda, so I'm looking forward to us getting to that discussion.
well. Let me go ahead.
One more. You know, if concentrating on the books instead of the bookends, you know, that's precisely what this Main Street program's all about. And you know that we've just they've just come and asked from $35,000 to $50,000. That's a comprehensive strategy, that Main Street program with marketing and promotion. And so I like to think we are concentrating on the books as best we can.
Also, don't forget, too, with downtown, and I guess it could be argued either which way. At the present time, the biggest investment in your urban renewal budget this year is actually a piece of downtown, and that's that McLaughlin Boulevard project, because that does make that tie back to the
Yes,
river
very
as
much.
well as slows that traffic, so, I mean.
Well, it
that's
wasn't
a
just
big
slowing the
jump.
traffic. I mean, the whole idea of bridging
Yeah.
from downtown back to the river, and that the deck and everything. I mean, those are major positives to our downtown.
New stoplights.
The reason that we said wait on the downtown, the reasons that we said several years ago to wait on the downtown, I think they're still valid today. And let me explain why. And we've been through, I know you've been through multiple downtown plans. I've looked at hundreds and hundreds of downtown plans, and I've looked at hundreds of them that have failed. And we didn't want you to throw more money at the downtown if it couldn't succeed. Now, the challenges downtown are classic. I wonder. I'll go ahead and say it. I mean, I know we're on TV. The centers program at Metro is, I think, to some degree, underachieving. And Region 2040 really needs to be able to have successful centers if it's going to be able to contain the growth within the urban growth boundary. Some centers are doing okay, others aren't. There are a lot of inherent challenges in downtown Oregon City. You have a lot of fractured ownership. There's not a lot of anchor tenants. It's not a strong retailing location. Parking is a challenge, and the instinct is to want to go and build a garage. I can't tell you how many cities we've gone into that are paying off a garage that isn't being used. And so we would advise, if you're going to build a garage, that you only build a garage at the same time that you have a binding financed commitment from a serious private sector investor who is going to guarantee the use in that garage. And those conditions haven't been present. Furthermore, the county is down there. A large influx of traffic comes in for the courts. They come to the courts. They take up parking spaces. They spend very little in the downtown. And so that matter needs to be resolved. Then you have the constraints of the train, the cliff, and the highway going through it. And I've seen these highly detailed plans that have been drawn in the past. I can tell you, highly detailed plans will scare off the very best developer. It's important to be able to take the plans far enough to create assurance in the public realm and flexibility in the private realm. And if that balance is not struck, the good developers won't go near it. I used to run a very large development company. It was a multi-state mixed-use acquisitions and development company, and we were invited into towns. We built River Place, Murray Hill, and some others. I was the CEO of the company. We were invited into towns where plans were very, very specific, and I would not touch them because I knew that the plans were sort of beauty pageants, and there were expectations already fixed in the mind of the public of what this was going to look like. And when I'd look at the plans and see that it could not be achieved, I did not want to put my staff or our capital at risk to not being able to meet the public expectations. So there's great danger in taking a plan too far and usurping creativity and flexibility. So that's why we use the strategy of let's get as much solid investment on a big scale, get Oregon City's downtown on the map where it needs to be to create investment. And a lot of the investment that's gone down there in the small acquisitions and startups has been on the expectation that the Cove and the rivers would go forward. That's created an investment excitement. Now, we still have to work through the details of those two projects. But I would caution you about how aggressively you try to fix downtown without fixing the fundamentals. There's ways to make it work, but it needs to be done very carefully. Take, for example, the Pearl District. The Pearl District has a lot of interesting retail, but if you look at it closely, it tends to be what I would call more urban theater. Okay. Generally speaking, a retail store is a foot wide for every 3 feet deep. So a typical retail shop is usually 20 feet wide by 50 to 60 feet deep. The back 15, 20 feet isn't very good for sales. The first 5 feet aren't very good for sales. And so a 20 by 60 is a 1,200 square foot rental space. That's a meaningful size space. If you look at the Pearl, many of those stores are 20 feet wide and 20 feet deep. Okay? They're what we call liner stores. And they're creating urban theater. And they create ambience at the street level where people want to be there. And they're really designed to sell the real estate upstairs. Okay? So when you look at the total capital investment in a building that has retail on the ground floor and 12 stories above it, and interestingly enough, in downtown Oregon City, because of the bluff, you could go up multiple stories without interfering with views up above, you can put into that environment a tenant at 1/3 the amount of space and 1/3 the risk and still create the ambience on the street. I think long-term, downtown Oregon City is a housing environment with a very attractive street-level ambiance. I don't think it's a powerful shopping center. You'll never be able to park it well enough. I don't think it's an office location other than interim incubator offices for companies that want to come here and grow, and then they spin off and they go into a bigger building. So if we're going to talk about downtown, I would love to share the experience with you and try to make it as strong as humanly possible and avoid the pitfalls. We've worked with more cities that are paying off failed shopping centers because they didn't have a binding commitment from a private investor at the same time that the structure was built. So that would be my cautions.
Mr. Leland, you
Sure.
meant failed parking lots.
Parking structure.
Parking structure.
structures. I thought you said shopping centers, yeah.
Well, they're shopping centers too, the point was very well made by Commissioner Neely, which is the shopping center at Oregon City on the entry is going through very, very serious struggles. The housing industry nationally may be starting to bottom out in terms of the downslide, but I think that the commercial industry still has a long way to go before it bottoms out. And we're seeing national retailers in bankruptcy. You're going to see more and more losses before this is over. And I've been in business 45 years, and I cannot tell you where the bottom is in the commercial sector. I think the housing sector is starting to come back a little bit. So what we did then is we began to look at downtown and how it worked and how it connected and what is the hierarchy of streets and where would the likely pulse points of activity be where people are coming down off the hill and where they connect. And when you're spending public dollars in a downtown, there's never enough money to do everything. So you try to find, oops, sorry, I got too many buttons. So you try to find, and these are, I'm not going to go into detail, but generally speaking, if you're going to spend public dollars, you try to get an investment ripple effect. So the nice thing that you can do with public dollars is either stimulate multiple activities off of that investment, and generally we would expect to see a capital structure on average of about one public dollar for every 4 to 5 private dollars. If you looked over your investments over 20 years, we would expect to see that kind of ratio. No one deal may be precisely that, but in the balance, they'll be about 4 or 5 to 1. So when you invest public dollars, such as the Cove, it will produce a ripple effect of investment around it. It always does. The county shops won't go until something happens. The county shops property won't go to redevelopment until something significant happens on the landfill. And so when you make these public investments, try to determine how much leverage are you going to get off of that dollar. Is it just one project, or can I get all 4 corners of the intersection? Can I go back a couple of 100 feet and pick up another project back here? Or conversely, do I get to wipe out a really bad use in the downtown and bring something of value back into it? So picking the pulse points, as I call them, for these public-private partnerships is very important, and it's a part of the larger strategy. Then we looked at how do you connect these pieces together and what form does it take? Is it a roadway? Is it a pedestrian connection? And one must be very careful with pedestrians and retailing. In 1959, there was 125 pedestrian-only malls in America. I think there's 5 left, where you couldn't put cars next to the retail. You take the car away from retail, and I'm a sustainability zealot, but you take the car away and they're dead.
When we were at the National Convention this year for the Main Street program, one of the programs brought that out, and they showed examples of where they've gone back to traffic on the retail. They need the traffic in order for the retail to survive.
Downtown Eugene.
Plus the whatever the thought was, it blew through. We were talking about traffic earlier, and there's always a struggle in downtowns between commuter traffic and local traffic. And generally, one of the fundamental principles of downtowns is taming the traffic, and it's only for a short distance, but you really want to make traffic safe in the downtown and let those people shop from their window as they go through. Most downtowns now that are successful have gone back to two-way streets. That the one-way street system of the 50s, 60s, and 70s has now become obsolete. And then we began to look at integrating development. There's a lot of information, and if it's not in your packet, we can certainly get it to you. So this has been given some thought. And what it tried to do was to take a strategy forward without getting into specific activities on a block-by-block basis. That is dangerous ground. if you know how you want uses to behave on a given, in a given environment. Let's say, for example, you want to activate the downtown street level environment with uses that are pedestrian friendly. This suggests either retail or quality housing that comes down to the street. There is a tendency in downtowns, and we're constantly advising cities, including downtown Portland right now, to limit the amount of retail and not cause it to spread out, because you don't want to dilute the effectiveness of what you've got. So sometimes some cities are saying everything on the ground floor has to be retail. Kiss of death. Because you'll dilute out the buying power so that people won't. You can cut me off anytime, Larry, if I'm going too long. But
I'm okay to hear in a minute.
okay. So, but I'm trying to give you some of this background because this is going to affect your decisions as you go forward. So you want to carry the planning far enough, but not too far. And then we began to look at forms and where potential heights could be and how they related to the bluff. And this is in your packet as well. And so these are different sections through the downtown that show where height might be possible and so on. Don Stasny's office did a lot of this work. Don is, I think, one of the best urban designers in the country, and he manages design competitions all over the world. He's done a lot of work as a subcontractor to us on this project. And then began to look at water and land ties down to the river and how that might take form. So the danger sometimes is dropping right down into a specific plan at the street level and bypassing the overall strategy. And we try to keep that strategy alive at the same time that we're looking at the detail. Public-private partnerships. I'll speed this up a little bit. So here's a typical, if there is such a typical anymore, real estate curve. Usually it's a long build-up, and because it is not an integrated business, either horizontally or vertically, it tends to reach a point of overbuild. Well, we've gone through the worst in 50 years, and it came about through a variety of reasons, not the least of which was the exceedingly low cost of capital and the ability to access it without stable credit. And so generally this trench would come back up the other side, and this is where you want to be when you're building a project so that when you're completed you're still leasing up and you're on the uptick. I think the housing market is maybe in here. I have no idea where the commercial market is. I don't know. And that's where the capital strength of a company such as CenterCal, I think, gives confidence to the retailers that they might be able to make a deal. But they have challenges as well. And that it's important, I think, for the public agency to understand the risks that are involved in development. And they tend to be the market risk, which is, are there consumers? Will they pay for the goods and services that you're offering? There's the capital risk, and then there's the operating risk after it's up and built. And it's on a project-by-project basis. You want to know the type and the developer experience and their credibility and their character before you get into a public-private partnership. It's essential that they have the experience in the products that you're looking at. Each component must be successful and complement the others. And I always say either meet or exceed the market's expectations. So the public-private partnership does help to mitigate some risks on both sides. Now, our observation, this is less than scientific, just talking with my peers around the country, is that about 2/3 of mixed-use developments by first-time developers will either fail or underperform. And I think the reason for that is they tend to be overly design-driven with an absence or an insufficient amount of financial analysis or market analysis. And I say that with the greatest respect for architects, is I just think that sometimes developers expect too much off of the design, and it's not properly thought through. But I think it's as high as 2/3 that fail or underperform. It's a scary number. So by going into public-private partnerships, you enhance the feasibility, you leverage public investment, you create investment momentum such as a success breeds another success next door to it, and you hopefully, if it's properly structured, will achieve other objectives as well. I'm almost there, Larry. It's also, I think, important to balance the responsibilities. Now, this is illustrative rather than literal, but there are certain conditions that have to be met for a project to be successful. And some of those are the responsibility of the public sector, some of the private, and some are jointly shared. And a good development and disposition agreement, which is one of the tools you use, will balance these out in a fair and equitable way. Then it's important to understand the thinking process, because the public sector thinks differently than the private sector. You're thinking long-term. You define your objectives publicly through your plans, your various plans, which become your regulation, and how the public perceives and supports various things. What's the political climate at the moment and in the future? And you want assurance as a public body that what you're about to help finance is going to be successful. The developer, these are not mutually inconsistent. Excuse me, they're not mutually incompatible. This is why you have a development agreement. You work out these potential conflicts. They're looking at cost and return on capital. They may have personal goals. I've seen developers who were building sort of bread and butter projects and all of a sudden decided, I want to build the best, and they made a market shift. I think Graymore is one of those companies that went from building strip centers to some really successful mixed-use projects, such as Lakeview Village, and that's the kind of thing they want to do today. And they want flexibility, and they need flexibility, and a good development and disposition agreement will give you assurance and also give you flexibility. The end. Thanks.
Let me just give you a few quick closing comments, and then we can take a quick break for lunch or dinner, and that's up to you guys. And then it's up to you guys whatever discussion you want at that point. But the question that you begin to look at, if you look at that, is where are the opportunities for development? And in part of that, if you'll look at that handout or that slideshow Dave just gave you, if you turn 13 pages in, you'll see the number of opportunities that we've listed. And you'll also see, as was indicated in there are multiple areas of development, multiple projects that we're looking at. And so the question comes up, why did we focus on the Cove and the rivers first? And it was fairly, well, they weren't the only ones we talked to, and I'll mention those here in a second, but you do have a little bit of an issue in downtown, as Dave indicated, in terms of its constraints. So again, the strategy was if we could create investment around it, that would spill over in the downtown. We looked at the rivers primarily because it had a willing property owner that was interested in talking about that. And at the time, when we began to look at that, we also had a company, the Mills Corporation, that was looking at the rivers, and that evolved into CenterCal. It's a project, too, that can create large amount of increment that can help us fund other projects in the district. It's also a catalyst for a number of other potential development areas. The 16 acres that Parker, who is the owner of the landfill, owns across Highway 213. If you could envision the rivers, that would be a site that would be a potential additional development. And as Dave indicated, anywhere these things have gone in, you've seen subsequent development take place. The Stimson property, that piece of property that we own right across Washington, it's between the Amtrak station and the Metro Transfer Station. The county shops along Abernathy. Kruger Lumber, in fact, they've already called. They had some ideas, and I explained what we were looking at. They're in a waiting mode to see if that goes forward, and then they'll come back. Actually, the architect working with the owners kind of talked to him, and let's wait. Let's do something interim, which they've got in there at the present time, and then they'll look at that if that goes forward. Metro Transfer Station. But the Cove as well. You had an interested property owner. We generated interest from Pacific Property Search in looking at development that. It's another project that generates large development. It was a piece of property that we own, or at least we own most of the property in that particular area, which makes it a little bit easier, makes it a resource too, that really helps us carry that project forward. It could be a catalyst for some modernization at the Oregon City Shopping Center. It could stimulate some of that development of the lots we own along Highway 99. It does, in the way it has been designed, create a housing component which supports the downtown core. So those two projects move forward. At the same time, we looked at 7th Street, At the time we began to talk about 7th Street, it was a deteriorating commercial district. In fact, just right before that, the neighborhood had fought off an undesirable business that went in there. We did have interest from a restaurateur, which was Hayden, and that went into the Black Point Inn, which we've gotten a lot of criticism for that, but it is now Weatherford's, and they are doing very well. And if we had not made that initial investment, that restaurant wouldn't be there. We were hoping that would stimulate development across the street. At the time, we had some folks interested, if that went forward, of looking at the Oregon City plumbing block. Mr. Yates purchased that. We tried to put a deal together with Mr. Yates and the battery exchange. That was unable to go forth, but since that time, Mr. Yates has gone forward and developed a piece of that. So we're still looking, and again, we've made the investment with City Hall, again, hoping to bring more street life to that, as well as mixed use, hoping that will go forward. We've had discussions in regards to the coin shop. You also have discussions, however realistic they are, with the Falls Access and Viewing Point. Again, that would be on the south end. I've already mentioned the McLean Clinic, so there's been a number of other discussions, but the focus has been on those two big projects because of the leverage they create and what that does financially for the Urban Renewal District to help us begin to address these other investments you want to make. You may ask yourself, what is the benefit of urban renewal? And Mr. Janik outlined a number of things that happen in Portland. I've given you a sheet that kind of outlines the successes in Oregon City. And the question I think that you would want to ask in looking at that, if you want to talk with someone about it, is would those projects have happened without urban renewal? It is very doubtful that that list would be anywhere near that length if we had not made those investments. And then you also have some questions and answers there, too, that I've given you, so you may want to look at that. So that's just a quick look at that.
Just a couple more thoughts on the downtown. The downtown really has two very distinct personalities, the south end and the north end. The south end is really quite intriguing. It's got the challenges that I was talking about, but I think that the solution there, and I've said so many times, it's so easy to solve the wrong problem. I think that when you approach the downtown, it really deserves a lot of thought. The solution on the south end, which is really the historic part of it, has an intimacy and a scale about it that's really quite inviting. It is not an environment for big developers. It's an environment for a lot of small investors who will pick up a store, a building, a project, kind of one at a time. Because it just isn't that kind of an environment. If a developer has enough capital to take on that much real estate, they're not going to take that one on. It's an ideal environment for small developers. That's the strategy we used in downtown Tualatin. We said, instead of doing one developer, let's get 8. We'll get architectural diversity. We'll get a range of products, and so on. So I think that the solution on the south end is quite different than on the north end. The north end is much softer in terms of parking lots and some buildings that are probably ready for something new. And that's a place where a larger developer could come in and pick up a block or so at a time. So I think that the strategy, before the physical planning takes place in the downtown, really needs to be thought out about how you're going to implement it. All too many times, and the reason plans fail is that the strategy is an afterthought, and the strategy for implementation ought to begin on the very first day. What are you going to do with this? How are you going to make it happen? So I think there's potential there, and maybe now's the time to begin looking at that. I'm not sure that you have to throw a lot of money at the south end. I think it's a series of independent actions through a great variety of investors. And in fact, that's what's happening right now. And housing upstairs might be the best way to go. You can park a housing unit at 1 space per 1,000 square feet. You have to park an office at about 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet, and you got to park a retail store at 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet. And parking is always the driver. So if you make it housing upstairs in small condominiums, lofts, and so on, you reduce the parking requirement and you reduce the public investments. And we also know that if the shops are available, a resident will support 8, I would say in that environment, 6 to 8 square feet per person. If you had more diversity of products, they could support 10 to 12 square feet per capita living in the downtown. versus an office worker that will support maybe 2 square feet. So there's a lot of reasons why you'd want to get some housing into historic downtown Oregon City.
Mr. Chair, that's all the presentation we will give you this evening. We'll answer questions, and then the rest of the evening is for really you guys to have a discussion.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to see if, I don't know if it's even possible to have like a working lunch. I mean, we have so much to talk about. Can we bring food in here and
Sure.
talk while we eat?
Sure.
And Mr. Leland, you're going to be with us throughout the rest of the retreat? I assume?
Certainly.
Okay.
His foot has been chained to the table.
Does everybody
Bring
want
your
to
food.
eat, talk?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Jeff doesn't, so.
Let's at least take a 10-minute break
And-
while they set up.
Well, food's in lunchroom, just need to go in there and dish up and bring it back, yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
So let's get the food and be back here about 6.
Is the public going to watch us eat?
So our next agenda item is, are you hearing me over there okay? Okay. Our next agenda item is discussion of goals, projects, strategies. It says city commission, so is it just the city commission going to have that discussion?
Well, should say you are.
That's an error.
Maybe you are, yeah.
Same on the next one, too.
Do we, do any of you have specific items that you want to discuss?
I guess my question is, do we have specific urban renewal?
Alice, your mic.
I don't have a microphone. Oh, excuse me, Dave. I guess what I thought might be useful, and I suppose it's partly through the urban renewal budget, that we understand what our targets are for this year. What are the goals we expect to achieve within this calendar year? I think that would be helpful. Do you want to give us an overview of that? And then I guess if the discussion wants to center then around, we like where those investments are going. We've already kind of committed to that. And then if there are specific operating procedures that we want to change, I think that's also appropriate.
I can't see it from here, but maybe most can.
You're going to have to move over here.
Yeah, as you recall, we just, the budget that we adopted this year, that doesn't work for me very well. Let's see, I think I have that.
It's been adopted by the Budget Committee, but not the full commission.
Right. Right. Still has to come before the Urban Renewal Commission. Is you have the following projects that are a piece of this year's budget. You have Amtrak Phase 2, which is purchase of the depot, moving the depot, and increasing the parking there at the Amtrak station. You have the finishing of the McLaughlin Boulevard Enhancement Program, and that's, again, the street improvements, the pedestrian improvements, and the waterfront improvements. And again, that's bringing, I think, not only a calming and a more safety factor, but trying to bring the connection to the river with the downtown core a little closer. You have the promenade, which we have $160,000 in the budget, which is a match for federal stimulus money of $1 million to actually finish the bluff restoration. And Nancy, that's the entire length, right? Which is really that stimulus money is a big boost for us, because we'd probably be looking out 15 years to complete that whole project if this wasn't coming now. City Hall, which we will be coming to the Urban Renewal, the City Commission for a loan to the Urban Renewal Commission to finish that renovation, and again, we'll be building in a repayment of that over the next 5 years. You have $110,000 in there for storefront grants, and there is some work to be done on the Ermentinger House as a piece of that. And then you have $518,000 that is budgeted just for the professional and administrative costs for running the urban renewal agency. We've also did budget for a $10 million expenditure for the Cove. That will take bonding to do, and again, we need a project that would be defined before we do that. And I've communicated that to Pacific Property Search. I know they are working very diligently on backfilling the loss of Kaiser. They're looking at some concepts there. I think they are talking with potential other medical providers to fill that component, which may be at that site or another piece in that development. But until they bring something forward, we're just kind of standing still on that. So that's kind of what we're looking at this next year in terms of what our investments will be. And depending again on what happens with the Cove is really what increment you would have for anything else. If we make that investment, as I'd indicated before, that pretty well ties you up for a while.
I have a question. So aside from like spending money, like writing checks for the Cove or for storefront improvements, what kind of things can we do to encourage development, specifically for downtown core, to get people to come in, developers to come in and build multi-story residential or anything else? I mean, can we do stuff like tax deferral for 5 years? Is that in our power, or do we have to go to the city or county or state for that? Like if we can defer property taxes? I mean, maybe Mr. Leland can talk about some of the things that Portland or any of the other cities have done that doesn't involve us writing a check, so we don't have to budget for it, but that we can incentivize and encourage development in other areas.
Well, let me give you a couple of thoughts too, and particularly in trying to, residential is kind of a tough issue in the downtown core right now. Again, we have just your downtown parking committee, or parking study committee, whatever we want to call that, has just finished its work and has forwarded recommendations to the city commission in regards to parking. And there's some other groups we need to bring into that, and we need to kind of think what process we're going to do with that. That study was based on a set of principles. And again, if a major parking component is going to be part of downtown at this point, we might need to relook at some of that, because again, parking in downtown core, especially as cramped as it is right now, is you have to provide that 24/7. And again, we've already have, especially in terms of owned street spaces, you've got some issues there. You do have some private lots where there's some parking available there. So,
how about aside from residential? Let's put residential to the side and say there's some really ugly buildings downtown that are underutilized. What aside from throwing money at them, what can we do to encourage redevelopment?
Did you have something to say? Okay.
I mean, can we do things like tax deferring?
well, you can't. I mean, what you could do, and I'm not sure whether we could legally defer taxes, but what you could do for them is if someone came in and developed a building. Well, it's really complicated to do that. You could take the frozen base portion that goes to the city, which is not a whole heck of a bunch, and say, we'll take that and repay that to you. You could do something of that nature. Now, that has impacts on the city's general fund in doing that. And so therein, given as tight as that budget is, but the reality is at $17, well, for the city, it's $5.05, which is actually less than that and you can kind of, I'm not really good at calculating math off the top of my head. I have to kind of run it through the computer, but for $1 million investment, that doesn't generate a whole heck of a bunch of money there. So, in fact, it's about $50,000. So.
I want to talk about another element that we have not
But you could do things like that.
Anything else?
It's, the
You give-
economic environment. Is it on?
Oh,
There you go.
am I on? The economic environment is so challenged right now. I think trying to get any significant investment is going to be very, very difficult at this point in time, which in many respects is a good time to be planning.
Well, significant is relative too, because I mean, I know there's been buildings downtown that have been transformed for $100,000.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're not talking about $5 or $10 million. We're talking about how can we get somebody to spend $100,000 to fix a building up and get some new tenants in there. What can we do? And if you get 5 or 6 of those, all of a sudden that really starts. Down Main Street's already started to transform, but you get a number more of those.
Ms. Grosjean?
One of the issues is, sorry.
Is your mic on?
One of the issues that's been requested is that the Urban Renewal Commission look at paying system development charges for development in the downtown. And that would be an incentive for some redevelopment.
But that's still writing a check. Is there stuff that we can do that's
It's not such a big check, though.
Well, you've got, I mean, the county impact is significant, I think, in terms of what it's taking up in terms of parking spaces and so on. So helping the county to move its facilities up to red soils or encouraging that, I think, is a positive step. I need to go back downtown and look at it again. Maybe we could do that together and walk the street and take a look at it. You have a lot of taverns. And is there how many? 12 taverns?
We had one of the tavern owners say that. I thought there was 23.
This place is too vibrant.
Oh, great.
Well, that's, so you do have a brand, and it may not be the right one.
Right.
I think the steps this next year for downtown, and does this stimulate private investment, is a question, and that's difficult in these times, but there's still some people out there that are doing that. I think addressing the parking issue and coming up with whatever we're going to implement there is a big piece of that. The storefront grants, I think, are still a viable program. They're a small bit, but it is a little bit of incentive. You could look through the city budget. You could look through urban renewal. Both of those are somewhat problematic given the tightness of those budgets about paying fees or some cost for them in doing that. It's really the question you have to ask is what do we get in return? What does that do in furthering what we're trying to accomplish downtown? And that may be something we need to spend a little bit more time about. What is the downtown component? What does it look like? I think some of these bigger pieces we want to continue working at because I do think there's a spillover effect with what happens there. We are in the process right now of beginning to look at where do we place the Oregon City Library. Is that a component? I think it's really creating things that create a desire for additional investment in that downtown, and then those little pieces that may help with that. So.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I was going to go. I think, I live at Metro most of the time when I'm not here.
Daytime.
Yeah, and Metro is very much into talking about, of course, connectivity, what makes a great place, and I'm pretty invested, I think, in the fact that I now believe in what Dave and his company have been teaching, which was in the PowerPoint, in that I think our best shot at the long-term sustainability of the community is the North End development, bringing people, making this a people place, and making the downtown unique. I don't think we've necessarily focused in on what that brand is going to be, like Larry was saying. I'm not sure we're really positive about what we have to market, but we have another ingredient that's never been added into the mix of our urban renewal plan. And Nancy Kroschauer and I were at JPAC yesterday, the Joint Policy Advisory Committee on Transportation, which is the money that, or the agency that looks at the transportation corridors. And we, I think, forgot that we are at the receiving end of 2 light rail lines. So we're calling all of that HCT, high-capacity transit. And in fact, yesterday we were talking about whether we should really be at a streetcar line. But we are the only regional center in the southern part of the city. Eventually, and we are on the list. I go to monthly meetings on light rail, and at some time we need to decide where that stop is, where the terminus is, and sometime we need to, I think, establish a preferred alternative. Do we wish it to come down the 205, which sort of aims towards the college, or do we wish it to come into the downtown, which would be in our urban renewal district? So that truly also, I think, will help to drive this as a people and transit-oriented place. Also, as I was thinking, if this is a regional center, then we ought to have multimodal, we ought to have opportunities of all kinds. And I'm not sure we've really adequately thought through bicycling in that area. I think we have the trail master plan, but I think that while we do the incremental steps in the downtown, that thank goodness is driven by Main Street, and then become very clear on what we have to offer there, I think that north end development is going to be our anchor, and really give us the money to play with, as well as our continuing excitement and buzz. Why do we want to come to Oregon City besides for services? It's because there are things here that really attract us.
Commissioner West is next.
I have a comment and 2 unrelated questions. And Dave, I have to say one thing tonight that I heard from you that it really struck home, and I hadn't put it together, was the fact that if we don't fulfill our destination or designation as a regional center, we're going to have a tough time keeping that UGB down, and that's such an important thing to not have sprawl forever. So I just didn't put those 2 together. I like that. Then the other 2 other questions, one for you again, is do you see any of the existing 3 to 5 story buildings that we have downtown being converted as is to lofts? Or what would it take to, because you're saying residential, so how about like the Masonic? Or maybe even Bushes, or I don't know, there's a couple down there. To housing, and then the other one is, are we going to do an RFP for the the vacant lot next to 12th Street and KFC this year? That's a Larry. And what are we waiting for if we're not?
Well, I think the multi-story buildings are a real asset, and in a strange kind of way, if they're underperforming, that's even better, which means they can be acquired at a more competitive price and be rehabilitated. I don't know what's happening in the upper stories, if anything. Is there anything there today?
There's some offices, but
Yeah. So I mean, one of the things we look for in smaller downtowns, which this would be, is there good housing stock? Excuse me. Is there good building stock that has some historic character, or could take on a historic character? I mean, some of it could be legitimate history, and some of it could be faux history, but you create this sense of place. And multi-story buildings, assuming that they're structurally okay, and I don't know what transactions are recently in downtown for land and buildings on a square foot basis, but I know the Pearl got its jump start when people were buying older buildings for land and building together for around $22 a foot. Those days are gone. But so that offers some opportunity, particularly for housing. The only thing that's going to work upstairs is either housing or office. And I don't think it's a terribly good office location. In fact, when you start to look at the structural implications of office and the live loads on structures, it becomes very, very challenging structurally. You mentioned something else about an RFP. But just in principle, I would really caution the commission on doing RFPs and instead do RFQs, which is pick your partner, design the project together. There are so many failed projects, either failed or the plan changes so much on an RFP. What happens is it takes about $5,000 for a developer to respond to an RFQ, which is put our qualifications experience together. To be anywhere near accurate or get close to accurate, they're going to spend $100,000 to respond to an RFP. There still is not enough time to do it accurately, so it becomes a beauty contest. This is part of what happened at the round, is in order to win, you had to, and I've seen it, and I'm working on one right now for Metro, went through the same problem, is that either through the best of intentions or bait and switch, you end up with this image of what it's going to look like, and almost inevitably, it changes during the process. Well, we have this discovery. We didn't know about this problem. We're going to have to take the balconies off the building, and the cedar siding is now cement siding, and it just gets sort of diluted down. But if you pick the right partner and their design team and their experience and their capital capability, and you work with them as a team, you can, and you have public money into it, you can set the standard as high as you want, or as high as is realistic, and work through the project together. And I think you get much better results. So I've just seen too many failures for that reason.
And the question you have with the 12th Street lot is now a good time to do that. There has been a fair amount of interest voiced in that. I know that one of them wants to store boats there, and I don't think that's what you want to see. So I think part of it is you need some idea about what you want to accomplish. And going out for such thing today, given the difficulty for folks finding in financing projects, you may get a lot of small types of thoughts, but I don't know if you're going to get a major development that you're looking for there right now. But and the other question is that you're going to run into is, does it, is it one project, or does it lead to other investment? And any public dollars that you place into that may deter you from your ability to finance the cove if we can put that together, because again, you have a very tight budget there. So.
I think Commissioner Neely. Microphone.
I'll ask. Yeah, I'll come to the question I was going to ask in a moment. But I'm going to come back to the property there on 12th Street that you're just talking about. There's probably an area that we want to just hold off on simply because we don't know what the light rail situation is going to be. I would like to see light rail come into Main Street, and somehow you're going to have to work around the transit system. We got the current one. Maybe that won't be the best place for it in the future, but that's what we have, and that piece of property is very close to it. And that's, since we don't know how how the light rail or trolley or whatever it's going to be is going to operate, I think we have to watch that. One thing, we got a wonderful asset that's going to come on very quickly once we've done this first phase, finish that first phase up in McLaughlin. And if some of those auto dealerships go out in this process, I'd like to have a mechanism that we get a hold of that property, that we have some control over it, because it strikes me that's one great place for some multi-story residential, maybe office. But you were talking about everybody's doing retail on the bottom and housing on the top, and I said that doesn't work everywhere. It might work in the old town, but that would be a nice concentration for some residential stuff, I would think. And I think it comes very, very attractive right away with the pedestrian connections we're going to have over there to the river. And so I don't know how we could put money together quickly if those properties, if they fail. I mean, if the dealerships fail, and if something we can pick up, I think we ought to do it.
Well, actually, I've been looking. There are actually 3 houses by the railroad track.
Yes.
That are all 3 are for sale. It's an estate kind of a thing, and then there's a building right behind that's empty. And I've got the same thought. I mean, that area there, it seems like we need to control eventually what's going to go on as we try to develop that corridor. And when that property is available, it seems like it'd be nice if there was a way that we could tie it up. So anyway,
It may not be necessary to buy those properties. You could intervene as an agency and establish a relationship with the owner, let's say the car dealer who may lose their license. It's a used car or new? Subaru. They're probably
Okay.
okay, but there's failures all over the country in the car industry. But you may not actually have to take title to it. You could act as the facilitator of a sale that adds conditions to it, and maybe public-private partnering, where the property never comes under public ownership. So you're not risking capital, but you're helping facilitate an objective.
Would that work also for, say, the Masonic Temple or the Masonic Building?
I think so, yeah. I think so, yes.
Commissioner Norris.
Thank you. Just to follow up a little bit more on light rail or high-capacity transit, I guess that's an information piece, but we should look at. The county is very, very interested in developing McLaughlin, from restoring McLaughlin. From all the way from Milwaukee down to Oregon City. It's on some of the funding plans. Metro is very interested in funding centers and corridors, as you know, and McLaughlin's been identified as a corridor. In fact, we're on a second-tier funding package. So I posit that is where we ought to consider light rail to go, and that we should really, as we think design in that area, we ought to think about McLaughlin as a corridor. It screams for redevelopment, and it connects to all of the exciting things that are going on our riverfront. So I think we're poised very well for both being able to offer that as an opportunity, and then with the amenities that we're putting in that North End area.
I think Doug mentioned one time that I think that particular light rail makes the most sense for Oregon City, mainly because it takes us directly into the city center rather than a rather circuitous route, as far as going down to Gateway, if it were along the 205 and back down. And so I really think that's the best route. So.
I just wanted to ask if the Commissioner maybe has anything to add to that.
Well, we have both the I-205 and McLaughlin corridor identified in the HCT, like Mayor Norris was just saying. I think you were just talking about car dealerships, Commissioner Neely, not necessarily in the downtown Oregon City area, but there is a lot of property that I feel is going to be coming up for redevelopment as many of those large parcel car dealerships turn into something else.
Right.
And so I think it's important for us not to limit our vision to the edge of the city, but really to look along that entire corridor. Maybe try to create some sort of a working team with the other communities along that corridor, because there's going to be some obstacles with the unincorporated areas of Clackamas County and even Gladstone in developing light rail and identifying the route. So that might be something. It's not throwing money at anything, Commissioner Parker, and it's not necessarily immediately providing incentives for downtown Oregon City to redevelopment, but it's the kind of thing where sometimes, like Larry always says, we have to have lots of balls in the air. That might be one avenue that you might want to start working on, because that could be a long project.
This one's quick side note that I want to, I was very excited this morning. I drove down the 205 to do some shopping, and there was a real train on the new track. Yeah. And there were 6 individuals walking in front and 6 behind, and they were moving very slowly. And when I went back to the terminus, they actually were over onto the other track and getting ready to go back. So that was very exciting for me to see that train on the track there. So anyway, Commissioner Neely?
Yeah, just in response, I think that's fine. What I was talking about, though, it was our river access. Most of McLaughlin, until you get to, and so other than Milwaukee, there's not that much of a connection until you get to Oregon City and the river.
No, I'm talking about trying
No,
to
I
make
agree
that
with you.
connection for ridership along that
You bet.
corridor, to make light rail a success.
You bet.
As an idea, as a thought, it seems like maybe the Transportation Advisory Committee is the right committee to be given that charge by the commission to begin making those. It seems like the appropriate, and I'm sure they would be very happy to do that. Well, I'm not speaking on their behalf. Commissioner Nocita.
I wanted to say that I have never really been convinced of the bookend strategy, and I like William Gifford's wonderful analogy about let's take care of the books. And I have thought about how my preference is that we do place the primary emphasis on downtown. Mr. Leland, what you said just before we broke for dinner had an enormous amount of appeal to me as a strategy, because I agree that what's important is having a good strategy. And your statement that in the historic downtown, it's a question of working with multiple individual developers and building owners, and that perhaps the north end of Main Street, we could work with a specific developer, that really struck a chord with me. And I would propose to the commission that, and I would seek Mr. Leland's advice on this. It seems that the rivers and the cove have undergone, as far as strategy, a lot of site-specific planning and strategizing, both in terms of physical design and economic and financial modeling.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I don't think that that has really taken place for downtown and North Main.
That's correct.
Okay, and what I wonder if it would be a good strategy that we embark on precisely that more refined strategizing for downtown and North Main, and then let the market determine which happens first. For example, the rivers, you were mentioning that commercial, we don't know when it's going to come back. On the cove, I mean, I have no idea what the condominium market is right now. I have heard, however, from a developer I had a chance to chat with, named Chuck Sides, who did Kaiser Station down in Kaiser, that right now, even in the recession, not only is there a market, but there is also financing for apartments.
That's true.
And that's because of, people downsizing, seeking they can't afford to pay their mortgage anymore, so they sell or, get foreclosed on, and they seek alternative types of housing, and that the financing market is there. There's a risk of, and I think what you say about, choosing your partners is very, very important, in especially a case like apartments. But so I'm really concerned that because so much emphasis is being placed on the north end, and for example the Cove project, this $10 million is hostage to the point in the future, in the indeterminate future, where the condo market comes back to the point where the Cove can be done based on the market. And what I want to ask your advice on is, and because I respect the point that Larry has made effectively often, is the fact that one of the things you want to do when you do urban renewal is create an increment that you can, get back and do other projects with. Well, if the base market, like commercial, isn't there for you to do a rivers project, you're not going to get any increment either. So what I wanted to ask you, from your experience in places like Tualatin, if planned strategically and coherently and implemented very strategically, can that model of multiple developers downtown and a more critical mass of residential development with one developer along North Main could work in a market like now, where there is a demand and there is financing? Could that create an increment that, for example, could be turned back to the Cove when the condo market returns? It seems to me that we are really risking there's opportunity costs because we're not taking advantage of the markets that's there because we're so invested in the Cove project. That's
Okay, there's about 40 questions in there. In no particular order. You know, my wife is, actually, I confess, I've watched it more than once. Part of the reason for picking those two is that, a couple reasons. One is we were trying to jumpstart the downtown with as much increment as possible, never anticipating the recession, never anticipating that Mills Corporation, who was the first major developer, went bankrupt, and that consumed a year. And speaking with CenterCal, there are tenants now, anchor tenants, that are still interested. I think part of the discussion going forward has got to be a timing issue, is how fast could that come on. If the $10 million is spent downtown and you lose the opportunity to spend it at the Cove later, I don't know how you get it back. The other thing is those two developers have collectively spent over $10 million over the years in memorandums of understanding and good faith with the city. So I think it's important to at least keep it going and see if they can be brought to fruition. I don't think that preempts the opportunity to be doing other things downtown. That's one of the reasons why I mentioned it may be possible and very likely to engage property owners with underperforming properties downtown without ever having to be acquired by the city, and it shouldn't have to hit your balance sheet. I don't, on the north end, I mean, in a way, downtown is a mini corridor. It's lineal. It has multiple personalities along its length. I've been involved in about 45 urban corridors and I think 70 light rail stations and 5 streetcar systems and 7 light rail systems, and so I understand that industry. And downtown has really so many personalities as you move from the Mill north up to the Cove that there's no one solution. You have to take each one separately. I think that what you'll see on the south end in the historic area are smaller developers, I think, who are comfortable with rehab and are willing and able and experienced to go into buildings and rehabilitate them and would prefer to do that rather than to build from scratch. Then you get into the midsection where you may have some tear downs. I doubt that you'd find one developer that would take on that whole section, but you might take on, we might be able to find some that would be willing to take a pretty good sized parcel from new and start, and probably do a tear down and then build up. And I think if you're going to really invest in downtown, then I think you're going to want to strengthen your standards, not allow any more one-story buildings and things like that. Is dial up what your expectations are in the future going forward. So I think continuing to try to work through the Cove and the rivers at the same time as you heat up the strategy on the downtown, I don't think they're incompatible. It is a really challenging time. I mean, to be perfectly candid, it's really, I know that some of the anchor stores are still very interested in coming forward. I know that there are national tenants looking in Oregon still, even despite the downturn. We have the least, because we don't have a sales tax, we are the second most under-retailed per capita city and metropolitan area in the country.
Right.
And so there are stores that want to get into this market. They can't get into downtown Portland. We can't find the right size spaces because of the 200 by 200 block. So it's a longer conversation than tonight, but I don't think it's incompatible to be doing both at the same time. And if you get to the end of the trail and the rivers doesn't work, then you back away. But there's been so much commitment there over the years and investment. I'm afraid that if you backed away as an agency, what kind of a signal does that send into the investment community?
But that might actually, if it was something, and again, it really takes some coordination, and I'm thinking kind of off top, but if it was something that could be done and done in short order, that you could get the increment on the books, and particularly if the Cove was going to take a year or two more, it might work. It might give you some additional increment that could help with that scenario. But it's got to come out of the ground. That's
yeah.
the question. So,
The follow-up
Yeah.
that I would have is, when I say more refined implementation strategy, the details that I would think about is, for example, models on how something like there's been resistance to making downtown a national historic district, but there are buildings like the Masonic Building, like the Bank of Commerce, that I'm quite sure would be individually eligible for the National Register and therefore eligible also for the tax credit.
True. It's
Okay.
it's a two-edged sword.
Yeah.
I would caution not doing the entire district, but there may be, because it has so many limitations
Yeah.
in what you want to do going forward, but certain buildings may want
Exactly.
to take advantage of it.
But so when I'm thinking of a more refined strategy, and again, I accept it, even if it's not a replacement, but, along with, models like, more refined planning would be a market study on what precisely is the residential market right now, calls to mortgage brokers on what kind of financing is available. You might not even need, an urban renewal subsidy to do, a 5-story residential. All those various. What you've done in these, I think it's good work. But if we did that kind of more refined planning, and the market saw that we had a commitment, because we're doing this more refined strategy, and we did these RFQs for partners on specific buildings like the Masonic,
Yeah.
That has asbestos, that'd be, to me, a valid, urban renewal investment, seismic, those kind of things. All of those issues and problems are what I see would be going into the next steps of the downtown and North Main corridor. And I guess the question would be, from as a consultant, what kind of outlay would that require from a consultant like you to do, that next level of planning and strategizing for the downtown and North Main corridor?
I'll certainly give some thought to it. I'm with regard to the housing market, I will give you a couple of my thoughts. I don't think a market study is a reliable approach right now. It's such an aberrated market. If you'd looked at it 2 years ago, it would have been aberrated high. If you looked at it now, it's aberrated low. I think we have to go back to basics. I started up a little think tank with some friends around the world that I've worked with over the years, peers. What we're trying to do is, to the extent that we can, is try to get our head around what is the behavior going to be coming out of this recession. There's no institutional knowledge left in the population of what it was like coming out of the Great Depression. But I have to believe that people are going to treat capital differently, they're going to treat credit differently, they're going to make different kinds of choices. We know that 68% of all households in the region are 1 and 2 persons. We're aging. I think the conditions for urban housing are on the rise all the time. We can see it in the housing production in the region. And intuitively, I'd almost want to start with a premise rather than a market study, which is let's see if we can make some assumptions about what the future would look like, and then test against it, and what would it take to deliver smaller quality units for 1 and 2 person households, which is the backbone of urban housing. I've worked on 100,000 units of urban housing in 45 years, and that is the backbone of urban housing, and sort of test from there. I don't think downtown is going to take huge amounts of capital, as long as you can respect the grid that's there and clean it up. But starting to move 99 and stuff like that, I just can't intuitively see the payback.
Do we have enough
I'm sorry for going on.
enough amenities downtown to attract that kind of investment?
No, that's the problem. And you've got too many taverns, and so this is where the rubber hits the road. And I'm sorry we're on television, but in order to create an environment, something has to change in terms of that mix.
And I can tell you from conversations I've had with people in Oregon City, as far as creating spin-off investment with low investment, if something like if we work on one target project like the Masonic Building, I don't know if that would be the one, but that had something like the issues I have with downtown is, like, I can't walk to a grocery store and I can't walk to a pharmacy. But if you did something where you put a Trader Joe's in the ground floor of the Masonic building with lofts up above, and we showed the market that that's our commitment to what we want downtown to look like in the future, I think that would create a lot of spin-off.
I think Commissioner Crocker was.
I've been waiting patiently.
Well, not patiently, but.
Or impatiently, I should say. Could we not take, not the whole 10 million, but $1 million or $2 million, and fund a couple of projects on Main Street that could generate enough increment that within the next 2 or 3 years, that money is ready to be invested back into the Cove? And even if the Cove, let's say they find somebody immediately and they're ready to go, now they only have 9 million as opposed to the 10. Just say, look, get started. Here's the 9. We'll get the last million for you in a year or two when you actually do start building the condos. I mean, can we do something like that? So I know for one thing, with me, my office space, we have great office space and it's awesome. It's right off 205. We're near the river. I think we have a great leadership in Oregon City. It's very conducive to attracting small businesses, and the rents are way lower, even for nice space, than they are anywhere else in the region.
Exactly.
So I think this would be a fantastic opportunity for us to go recruit some of these other small businesses, not even residential, but I mean, can we take some of that and say let's take this little arrow out of our quiver, let's take one of the 10 arrows out of our quiver and use it on Main Street, on downtown, and try and do something that we could replenish that lost increment for the Cove when they were ready to go again.
Yeah, it's using the money as strategically as possible and not falling into traps. For example, some of the lessons are counterintuitive. It really isn't necessary to have a grocery store. If you think about it, downtown Portland only had an old Safeway for a long, long time. People will tolerate that. They will go find a way to buy groceries. It's nice if you have it, but it's not essential to doing it. Secondly, you don't want to build one project because then it's a pioneer and it's out there by itself. You want 3 or 4 housing projects side by side so that even if it's only on one block, you create a miniature community and people come in and have choice and they have a sense that they're not the only one living on that block. So there's some lessons learned over the years that I'd be more than happy to share with you. But they could work down there. We just have to think about how do you use that money in the most effective way.
Right. So could you find 4 small developers and say, look, we're going to subsidize you $250,000 each, and maybe you're doing smaller units, like you're only doing 5 or 10 residential units, or 5 or 10 with a small shop market down in the bottom floor, or
sure, it's possible. Yeah.
I think Commissioner Neely had. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you got to keep in mind, in terms of replacing or getting increment on the ground, so you can kind of replace what you've spent, especially spending $1 million. For every $1 million of new value, the district generates roughly $18,000. So, and the problem downtown is getting something that's significant enough to replace that $1 million. It's going to be tough. So it's got to be, you got to look at a development that's going to generate, what, 20 million or more? That's tough to get
Commissioner
downtown.
Neely.
Since the grocery store thing came up,
Yeah.
both in response to, we could also find ways to build on the assets we have. I mean, we don't need a Trader Joe's. We've got a vegetable market down there. You've got a fish market down there. What can you find in terms of a place that provides some of the more basic grocery that complements what we have? And I think that would be, I'm not the kind of mind, but I think if you found the right kind of mind, they could think of something that would fit very, very well in that kind of a picture.
The other thing that you have right now, though, too, and it may be more of a marketing issue, and you guys know this better than I, but one of the advantages I think Oregon City downtown has, and particularly if you can find some folks that are looking to make that a small business investment, is you got a great rent structure right now compared to some of these other places, and especially for small storefronts.
Just talking about where this money might come from, I've had someone tell me, and I won't name the person, that $8 million for grading on the Cove site, we might be able to do it for less. Have we actually bid that out to find out exactly what various contractors would be able to do it for? Because If we put out an RFP and someone came in at 5.5, we've got money to, redirect downtown.
I, at Larry's request, and hired a independent cost estimator who went through and looked at all of the numbers and came back. We have that report if you're interested in seeing it. I think the prices are accurate. I think Ed Darrow is probably as tight a number cruncher as I've ever run into as a developer. And in fact, we wish he had done this faster, but he went through it so many times over and over again. I think the numbers are accurate. Now, what they don't take into consideration is what has happened to labor costs and material costs in the recession, and to what extent in this environment are contractors willing to price down. And we won't know that for sure until it actually gets ready to go.
Yeah,
Because there could be a savings there.
And that cost is more than just grading. That also had to do with the parks development, Estelon development, those pieces, all pieces of that as well.
But we took it to an independent.
William, you had a question?
If I may be so bold as to inject, the concept of building something downtown in hopes of getting increment to help the north end later, I just want to remember the differences between public and private. And the first one that you listed, Mr. Leland, was short-term versus long-term perspectives. And the investing downtown first is definitely a short-term goal with a, as opposed to the public perspective of normally long-term visions.
Commissioner Neely?
I just want to make a comment on the grading. I don't know that much about it. All I know is what we did when we put in that path along the cove. I think our costs doubled because of the environmental issues that we ran into as we did it. And I don't know how much of that projected cost reflects to the great unknown about what's under the surface.
Yeah.
Which would only take it higher.
There's some contingency in there.
Okay, we've got about an hour, a little over an hour left. Are there other topics that we want to make sure we get in before we?
Well, so is the idea of looking at spending $1 million downtown or $2 million or whatever, is it not even worth considering, or is it something worth pursuing? That's a question I have. I should ask too. I meant to ask this earlier. I know we're paying for the consultants' time, and they're here, and we're paying for them. Is it public record how much we are paying for Mr. Janik and Mr. Leland? So when we ask them to look at this stuff, we know how much it's going to cost us?
Yep. Yeah, and recognize that we've been effectively serving in part as the agency staff and hiring all the other subcontractors that are necessary to get this job done. So architects, engineers, others. That
So
have
if I
come
ask
through.
for something like this, if it's going to cost us $50,000 to look into something like this, maybe that's not something worth looking into. But I mean, how much are we paying our council for this?
I think you can get to the strategy pretty fast. And some of the questions, I don't want to belabor this downtown thing, but there's some bridges you want to cross, at least conceptually. One of the nice things about I know you do, and it's about to go out of service.
We weren't going to mention
which is
that.
another big hit on downtown. But how, the cost is going to correspond to the expectations at the end of the job. Now, one of the things that makes cities interesting, I think, is that cities are interesting because they're edgy, and they're maybe not overly sanitized. I mean, there's something. It's one thing to walk into Bridgeport and see everything brand new and so on, but it's another thing to take some of what you have and some of the character that's there and not try to not go overboard. I mean, look at Hawthorne, for example. Hawthorne's edgy. 23rd used to be edgy. Now it's getting slicker and slicker. But there's a corresponding cost that goes with that strategy. I don't think it takes a lot of energy to get to the strategy. Then the big challenge is how do you spend your money and in what order and in what things.
Before Commissioner Walters, one thing that's going through my mind is we have this idea of asking you to do some stuff downtown. Well, for about 9 months, there's been this whole process going on of trying to define some of the economic things and what we want downtown to look like. So somehow, if we're going to move forward in any of this stuff, we definitely need to include the downtown group and all the you know, that we're learning, we're not quite done yet, and you know, somehow that's got to work together, I think, so.
Well, what I'd be interested
know,
in is
so.
what projects will we need to do to get that tax increment? I mean, because we can say, yeah, we want to fix the sidewalks, but you're going to come back and say, look, that's not going to get the tax increment.
Yeah, but the economic committee is working on more than sidewalks. I mean, they're looking at what kind of
Yeah, I know,
business
but
do we
what-
want to draw downtown? So, I mean, I think somehow that all needs to meld together if you're talking about, what are you going to invest $1 million in?
Right. What I'm
so.
asking for is what kind of projects will we need to do that could generate the $20 million in added value that would get us the money back?
Well, let me give you a thought on that. Just if you're more flexible than the historic downtown core, and just kind of picking up on Jim's thought about housing and some of the things you guys mentioned before, we probably don't have it pegged, but as opposed to trying to put it here because you've got, one thing you're going to have with anything you put there, and I know I'm not on my, is you got to park it in there, and we've got to address that issue. But if we were able to assemble some property in this area, in this area that Dave was talking about earlier is kind of non-distinct, and there may be some opportunity that's underdeveloped that could, you know, serve as a conduit. You might be able to do something big enough that would replace those dollars and help you finance these pieces here as well.
And that's close to transit.
Actually, Commissioner Walters has been very patient over here.
Thank you. Since this is kind of an opportunity to dream a little bit or just throw some ideas out there, one of the goals is sustainability, and I would really like to see us look at some way to bring sustainability, especially with respect to creating some kind of distinctive image for Oregon City. I think we have an opportunity to look at perhaps creating some kind of utility package using solar and rooftops. Maybe we could look at trying to bring in, there's some utility companies that will install solar and then rent that utility back to the businesses at the same rate or lower than current electrical prices. And there's an opportunity there perhaps with downtown Oregon City. And also whether or not we could even create some kind of a vision with green roofs. There's a lot of grant programs, and I think we have an opportunity to look down from the bluff and see some kind of, you know, starting to see green roofs and really create a distinctive image, as well as, you know, bring a little sustainability into our discussions. So those are just my dreams for consideration. Thank you.
Commissioner West.
Well, I have, once again, thank you, Jim, 3 different thoughts here. One of the things we've been learning at Main Street, on successful Main Street programs, you know, is getting people downtown. And so somebody brought it up a little bit about the library, but I don't know where the discussion is, where we plan on going with that within this coming year. So the library is one issue. And then Farmers Market, we had been, Main Street had been kind of tossing around different locations, but downtown. So those are kind of dreaming again. But then, am I hearing, let me hear the recap on this. Am I, that a lot of this north end, we're going to hold on till we figure out where the light rail terminus is, or we're not thinking long-term enough to, or are we just thinking building and let that work itself in? Because, I mean, I don't know if you have to tear out a street or widen a street to put a light rail.
Commissioner Neely?
I made reference to the library. I was not thinking of the north end in general. I was thinking that specific piece of property there on 12th Street. If we're going to have some kind of a turning radius or something that occurs in the vicinity of our current transit center.
Oh, okay.
I was not talking about the broad spectrum of the north end. I want to make that clear.
A little
where
bit,
are we going
you know,
with the library?
yeah, I'm kind of curious about that as well. I mean, is that something that has been even a thought entertained of being down in the downtown area? I mean, I hadn't heard that before, so. Commissioner Neely.
I think it's come up in our general discussions of government facilities within the Urban Renewal Agency, and that brought. I mean, there's been some people throwing in the notion of the police station going down there and so forth. I'm going to make this argument every time I hear it. where we're getting our funding for our library extends Beaver Creek and way beyond. It extends out, I think, to the Caris area. If we're going to do it at all in the Urban Renewal Agency, it has to be right on 213. And then people are going to have to travel further than they do now to get it. That library is probably the population of Oregon City is only about half of the users of that facility, and I think I just don't see that going down there and providing the kind of services, especially based upon what Attorney Jennings said, in terms of whether it could go down there. What is the specific service it provides in an urban renewal agency area versus the community as a whole? I mean, it's one of the decision-making pieces. I don't think the library fits at all.
Okay, Commissioner Nocita.
Just as a matter of
wait.
fact, Oregon City population is 65% of that district.
Okay, well, in any case, that's still,
65.
the center is not
65,
in the urban renewal agency.
Commissioner Nocita.
I, just for the purpose of kind of for myself, where I think I've appreciated the discussion right now, kind of from Rob and from Doug, from Larry, and from Mr. Leland about the various points. I think I'm even more of the mind now that where I would like to go coming out of this retreat is to see about getting a cost from Mr. Leland on doing that more, closer level of refinement on downtown and North Main, because it seems to me, just from a timing perspective, and what Chair Slack said about, we have, and Commissioner West, Main Street, Oregon City is reaching a level of critical mass that I think can only benefit in a complementary way from what Mr. Leland would do. From what Larry was saying about dense development on far North Main, being able to create an increment, I think is a very good thing. The timing also of the fact that we're just coming out of this parking study, which I think is terrific, with the conclusions that they came to, and the idea about bringing a farmers market downtown, examining specific projects for Rob, what Commissioner Crocker is interested in about specific projects downtown. And it doesn't even preclude. Again, it's not something either or with the North End developments. So, as far as the appropriate level of zoning in strategically as to what we can do, the economics of it, I think that would be a very valuable thing to do, is to do that next level of planning.
Commissioner Norris had.
Let me correct one thing. It's 55-45.
Commissioner Norris.
I was closer than you were there.
I think actually we're kind of into the next steps discussion, and it seems to me that that I think the discussion has been excellent. We've tried to go directions, and then I think our increased understanding of how urban renewal works and how the increment works has really helped us to focus. But I think it sounds like from the discussion around the table, it would be good for next steps to have a portion of a subsequent meeting be devoted to downtown possibilities, because that's obviously some research that needs to be done. And then looking at, I'm not sure library is feasible, but definitely farmers market and other activities such as that, because we might want to hone in on that. And then I think it would also be very useful for me to meet with maybe the Main Street Board, or at least Main Street Manager and Executive Committee or whatever, but I think most of you are here, aren't you? But to, when that time is right, to hear where those goals and objectives are, so that we can make sure that we're on the same page.
I think we're a month or so away from.
Okay, well, yeah, I
finalizing
didn't
that,
mean
so.
right away, but we do have a year's worth of work to
Yeah.
plan. But it seems to me that would be good use of our time for us to take, a single topic and kind of hone down
Yes.
on it.
Mr. Leland.
I'll make this quick. It would be helpful in responding to your request if the members of the commission would be willing to send either directly to me or through Larry a list of your concerns and questions about the downtown. So I have a sense for what the, sort of what the perspective is from the commission. That will be helpful as I'm
It also might be valuable for you to meet with the downtown manager, and
Sure.
and he's pretty far up to speed, even though he's not been around a long time. So, right now,
Friday night.
he's getting paid 20 hours a week, and he's already up to about 50 hours by the time he hit yesterday. So,
The tendency is to want to go to a physical plan. And I know when we're managing downtown projects, I hold the physical planning off to the very end when they can't stand it any longer, because as soon as you draw it, a whole bunch of
yeah,
possibilities just
we're not our process is not there.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I'm not, and I'm fine if you don't take 99 off the river.
Wouldn't it be nice?
I think the important thing right now is the market studies and, you know, the implementation and strategy and partnering and, and I think the physical design will follow from that.
Commissioner Crocker.
A couple quick things. Number one, I think I hadn't really even thought about a North End kind of thing, and that makes a lot of sense. Not only would it help Main Street, but it would also, in theory, help the any future cove development, so that would make it even more attractive. And if we do get Farmers Market, it would be right there, very walking distance. We have the electric plug-in station right there. I mean, that seems to make some sense, just thinking about it. The other thing I didn't get an answer to yet was before we as a commission ask for counsel or consultants to do things for us, I think it would be good for us to know how much this is
Well,
costing.
I think that's part of what the presentation is going to be. Is we're going to get an estimate of what the cost to do whatever we're asking.
I mean, just in
so.
general, because if we ask Mr. Janik to do something for us, I mean, are we?
Well, I've kind of mentioned this before, and I can give you a breakdown on it, but on a monthly basis, depending on what we're engaged in, we're spending anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000 a month.
Just on the consultants and their subcontractors.
Consulting
and all that
work,
stuff.
subs, legal cost, those sorts of things.
So when we throw out a new little rabbit trail to chase, I mean, is that a $5,000 rabbit trail? Is that a $10,000 rabbit trail?
Depends on the rabbit trail.
I mean, in general.
It depends on whether it's a Texas rabbit or an Oregon
Because that's
rabbit.
important for us. I mean, $10,000. That's a storefront grant. Am I speaking out of turn?
No,
I mean, 'cause
I don't
I think we
disagree
need to
with
be
you.
very deliberate if we're going to ask for these kind of things. That we need to make sure that that's money well spent.
Yes, that's true.
But even if it's $100,000, if the $100,000 in planning and strategizing lead to $30 million in investment,
Oh,
it's worth
I-
it.
Well, I don't think the point is the dollar amount. I think it's so that we're aware of what
Right.
it is.
So we're not just willy-nilly asking for things to be done,
And-
and then it
But
costs.
the other thing, and I mentioned this when we started down the path. In fact, I think most of you remember when we started talking about the cove and the rivers. To do that, I indicated it costs a minimum of $1 million to do, and we're not quite there in regards to this part of the cost. If you add everything in there, we might be pushing that. The cost of doing economic development and doing it correctly is not cheap. It's what Jim indicates is return on that is significant. I mean, if we're able to bring the rivers in, for instance, the rivers and cove at $1 million, it's less than 2% of what that coming back to you. So I mean, and that's one reason why I think Oregon City struggled before. Is part of it is we were reluctant to make a significant investment to try to make it happen. Likewise, as we talked about risk, you can spend a lot of money and come up empty-handed too. So that's that leadership component.
Commissioner Neely?
A couple things. One, coming back to the Rivers project and so forth, if for some reason that doesn't come to fruition in the short term, the fact is a lot of the planning and so forth that's gone into that is an investment that we can pick up later on. I mean, it's been a great amount of work. I wanted to point out one potential resource we have available in terms of perhaps parking or other things is we've got about 3 blocks of train trestle going through that near that North Main thing. I'm sure it's got uses, and I'm not sure what they are, but it's probably a use at little cost. It could be for parking, maybe the farmer's market, work out something nice with Spicer, so he doesn't regard it as a competition. Maybe there's a fee that can be paid out so that he benefits. I should say, there's 2 of them. You can't tell them apart, but there's 2 Spicers. Anyway, if you could do that, build that into it too. I think we've got resources right now that are sort of blighty, but that could actually potentially be brought in. Blighty.
Okay, have we completed this particular subject well enough? Are there other items? Jim, I'm sorry, Mr. Patterson?
Well, just a couple things, and Dave and I were talking about it. It might be good as one of the next steps to do is to get together on a pretty day. It'd have to be a public meeting, of course, but maybe do a walking tour of downtown. Something else to kind of put in, particularly if we're looking at apartments, and you could envision a grocer too in that stretch you're talking about, is really spend a little time and see what type of property is available for accumulation. And I think we need to also think about some green space as being included in some of that as well.
Could that be like a trolley tour rather than a walking tour?
Sure.
I don't have a problem walking, but the other part of that I thought we had talked about one time was maybe even looking at some of the properties that was that not what we talked about one time?
Yes.
A field trip to kind of look at some of the properties that we do own,
Yep.
and so maybe that could be put together in the same project or trip.
Just
something
to finish
like
up on something, the cost of services goes up and down relative to trust, okay? Because the cost of justifying is about 3 times more than given trusted advice. So, for example, on light rail, I've worked on a lot of light rail systems. I'm not sure that you want light rail in your downtown. You may want it terminating at the north end and then picking up a circulator, which is much lighter, it can handle those streets better, and it can make a lot more stops than a light rail, okay? Now, we could do a big study on that, or that's a conversation that could take 2 hours and reach some concurrence. And there's a lot of things like that, and that's where I think, some of you I've worked with now for years, and others, you've only met me for the first time, but with trust, you can get to answers faster.
Okay. Are there anything, you had some lists of definitely questions or answers, questions and answers that I know we were wanting to focus on as well. Are there some things that you want to?
Policy proposals I have?
Yeah.
Well, we can talk about that. I'd really like to take a break first. If
You want to take, let's take a very short break because we're going to be done at 8:30 at the latest. That's not impossible.
At the earliest.
We're going to have a test.
This attachment here is supposed to replace the one in the book.
Oh, okay. Those are the colors.
Yeah.
Oh, I just
I gave mine back.
We took a few pages out and cleaned it up, and, yeah.
You got yours there?
Huh? Yeah, here's an extra one.
No. I'm going to give this to you because I'm going to give you a couple more corrections.
Really? There is? Oh, God.
Don't say.
Okay.
Plus also we got the black points for you.
Well, would you mark it up and grade it, teacher?
Some of these things that I sent around
She added to the report.
are pretty non-controversial. Some of them are more controversial with folks. But I just wanted to go through and get a feeling for how people feel about them. The first one is whether we should change the date of Urban Renewal Commission, and that is because historically they have been the same day as City Commission meetings, and the two concerns that come up for me is, one, it often really truncates the amount of time we can devote to the Urban Renewal Commission, and we can't go late, even if we might have a wisdom might call on us to go, over the schedule of time. The other thing I don't know how my fellow city commissioners feel about this, but I find that going through both an Urban Renewal Commission and a City Commission meeting is That can really turn into a long day. I just wanted to get, a sense of folks how they feel about keeping the day we have or changing the day we meet on urban renewal.
I guess one of the problems that some of us have is with other meetings that we have to attend on Tuesdays and Thursdays and so forth.
If I were a commissioner, quite frankly, I'd like to do it all in one trip. If I was a commissioner, I can understand it.
Well, this doesn't sound like it's on, for the very reason you were saying that it's not long enough is one of the reasons why I do like it there, because it keeps us on track and we work, and we can always have a second meeting. But it does make for a long day. I understand what you're saying, but I have too many meetings to commit another regular night of the week. Yeah.
Any other comments?
If you want to start earlier, we could do that as well, so.
I think, I think I'd be open to starting a half an hour earlier. I'm fairly indifferent to changing the day, but I could definitely, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see us have more time if that means starting earlier. Then
We've usually tried to tailor the start time around the agenda, and so there's not a lot of sitting around time for the city commission as well. So if we have a longer agenda, we could start a half hour earlier.
Now, predicting how long you will go is always an interesting.
Well, it depends. Yeah.
I was just going to say, based on the discussions that we've had here, I think you're going to see people probably throwing out more ideas and so forth. So I think we probably would find we'd end up with a longer agenda because of that. Based on what I'm hearing.
Well, shall we, well, I think all we can do is just play it by ear.
Yes.
It's, and maybe we err on the side of a little bit more time whenever you're doing things in the future. So we don't feel scrunched.
Some of these further is when I got on both the City Commission and the Urban Renewal Commission, I started noticing a distinct difference between our urban renewal agendas and our City Commission agendas. And a lot of these suggestions go towards having the Urban Renewal Commission agenda and procedures more like the City Commission. For example, on number 5, I really, really want to offer the public a reserved public comment period at the beginning of meetings like we have on City Commission. I can cite specific instances where I know if people have come to Urban Renewal Commission meetings wanting to make a public comment, and that we just ran out of time.
No problem.
Yeah, I think because we are, so many of us, there's 10, and if each of us speaks, a few minutes, that also lengthens our meeting, because the number of us. I would do it the way that some of the large groups that I serve on do it, and limit it to like 10 minutes total, so that if 5 people want to speak, they each get 2 minutes, or.
Now, are you talking about the public, or are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact, my point being, that because we are a bigger group.
Right.
It will take us longer time to deliberate, and so that cuts into our time. I think it's legitimate to have public comment, but I would limit the time period for public comment to like 10 minutes. And we have, I think, a 50-person group, and we do that, and 6 people, 10 people want to come, and they each get 1 minute. We hear them, or there's multiple ways to do that within that 10 minutes. But I think to make it very time limited would be really helpful to our deliberations.
I think we can play that one by ear too. Occasionally at our City Commission meetings, we'll have lots of people come forward during public comment, but most of the time they come is because of a specific agenda item and they speak at that time. I would prefer to give not maybe 3 minutes, just like we do the City Commission meetings, and if we find out we run into constraints, then we can deal with it at that point. If we're going to start earlier anyway.
But for sure, we all say we want
Yeah.
to an agenda item.
Yes.
Yeah, reserved public comment period towards the beginning of the meeting, just like we do on City Commission.
What are other people's feelings about limiting that to a certain length of time?
Well, I'd like Commissioner Neely's the heart of his suggestion, I think, is let's see if first if there is a problem before we start setting time limits.
Do we have any issues if we change the rules in the middle of the?
Yes, we do. I think to allow something and then to pull it back is like offering an opportunity that taking the candy away. I think it's very important to establish it at the beginning of what we expect to do. We can always extend it, but I think to offer unlimited comment and then restrict it is not a good.
3 minutes per person if we had.
But I'm just going by our history. I mean, unless there's really something burning, in which case we probably ought to be listening to the public anyway. That, 4 or 5 is generally what we get coming up at the maximum. Well, no, there've been, but those have been when we've had burning issues before us. In general, they're coming in for specific agenda items.
Okay, well, we can't make a decision on this.
No.
We're in a retreat, but when we put this on the agenda,
Mhm.
we'll talk about the mechanics of the public for the next meeting.
Okay.
And we'll come to some kind of a decision.
Well, could I suggest that we have an agenda item at the next meeting on policies, and we're just talking about them tonight, and we'll see which, if any, of these we want to adopt at a formal meeting. Okay. Number 3 is really, I think, I have been seeing at recent recent urban renewal commissions. What this one was going to was having staff present an urban renewal commission report similar to the city commission reports we get on city commission, and I had been seeing those. But the incident that really put this in my mind was our discussion of the sale, the Amtrak property, and the buying of the train depot, where there wasn't a report, and we didn't have a cost estimate on what it would take to do the work that we decided to do. And I think eventually I made a motion, and Commissioner Neely put a no greater than $40,000 limit on that. But typically, every time we do a city commission agenda item. Thank you. We typically have a cost estimate, budgetary impacts at the bottom of the the green sheet, and again, I've been seeing those since then. So I just want to formalize, getting one of those reports when we have important agenda items.
It's a good idea, and we try to do that. Again, you don't have the same amount of staff usually working on urban renewal as you do. In fact, a lot of that falls either on Nancy or myself, and depending on what we have going is really the limitation. With Terry coming to the office, it's helpful. So we try to put a report together when we can, but a lot of time it's just we just run out of time.
As I go down the list, I think the items will get more controversial for some folks. Establish a policy that no vote on an agenda item will take place without 30 days for the commission to consider an item and the information associated with and pertinent to that agenda item. I mean, just having stuff appear the same day and being asked to vote on it, whether it be a development agreement or, a grant proposal on, CHP's behalf, it drives me nuts. And I know there are, some issues with timing and how soon before. It's not always in staff's control about when the information gets to them. But my preference would be if we can't get the information on time, just not railroad it through and try to consider it on the same day or with a day's notice. I mean, these are significant decisions, and I think we need to take the time to make them and have the information in place and to consider them in time.
No, I agree. I don't know if you want to put on the 30-day limit, though. If we have something that's, sometimes we might find ourselves only separated by 4 weeks in certain months. But in any case, if it's of a an urgent, okay, if it's of urgent consideration, we could always ask to have then a meeting 2 weeks afterwards or something to deal with that particular issue. But I think in general, I agree with it. I'm not sure that happens too often, but it has happened, and it happens more frequently with the urban renewal agencies than it does at the city commission level.
I think something more like the city commission, though, that if, again, on a big issue or on an issue, if you get a packet prior to, what is the time? Is it the Friday before? Is it a week? 30 days is probably too long a time period because you...
Yeah, I think especially like with things like grant match stuff, I mean, somebody doesn't want to come present and then wait 30 days for the urban renewal to vote on it. And I think I agree if we get it far enough in advance, and I don't know what that time, if it's a week or 48 hours or what, but I mean, if we have the material and we can review it and then ask questions, there are certain things that we should be able to vote on. I think maybe in special circumstances that we need more time, we can ask for more time, but
we usually try to get the agendas out, and the commission packet goes out the Friday prior to the meeting. So if that's sufficient time, we could try to shoot for that same time frame.
And there are often time-sensitive contracts. You want to get things moving, you need to award a bid, award a contract, whatever. And hopefully we prepare, when we do have staff reports like that, we prepare them so that you have information you need to be knowledgeable about the subject and make an opinion.
Okay.
So do we want to put this on this policy?
Sure. Well, we'll
have
have all the...
From my perspective, 30 days is way
too long. I don't know if
I agree that we should be doing something right at the last minute, unless it's
Well, I agree with you, too. No one wants to feel pressured to make a vote on something that you're not prepared for. But I'm not sure if we should have a policy stating timelines for it. I think we have the prerogative that night to say, well, we don't have enough information, abstain, or well, let's carry it over. But I don't know if we need a policy because each case is so different, as Ms. Kreshar was saying, and sometimes things come up.
Yeah, I think it just could be an operating recommendation. I mean, of course, we want our stuff in a timely manner, and of course, we want time to hear it. But I think that good policy doesn't box us in and tie our hands if there's an opportunity that we need to look at. But I certainly think it's since I've ever served in public office, I've said I really don't like all those papers that on the table when I come. But there certainly are times when that has to occur, but it's not the preferred method. It's also, I think, maybe in defense of staff, because we were five council members and then 5 Urban Renewal Commission members, we often had the same information both places, and I think as staff has adjusted to the new group, it's service. Yeah, it's providing service to 10 people now, plus there are 5 now that don't have the benefit of having the information from another source. So it is important to do that.
Number 6, increase the amount of information that staff must prevent and urban renewal commissioners must consider in making decisions. This point is directly a result of my personally unhappy experience on how we considered and approved the disposition and development agreement on the Cove project. There are numerous pieces of documentation and information that we did not receive in making that decision that I chased down, and when I got the information, was even more astonished that the commission didn't demand it in making their decision. I'll cite to 3 the sales contracts on the Cove deal. They referred to specifically in the development of agreement almost as if they were exhibits, and I don't think you could understand that deal as a whole without reviewing the sales contracts and seeing all the where money was going, et cetera, et cetera. I got from Ed Sullivan this memo that I forwarded to everybody, his review on the disposition and development agreement. There are items in there that I certainly wish I had to review and reflect upon and ask about during our deliberations. I know one of the items went to the 15% interest rate question that Commissioner Crocker had a specific question when we were deliberating, and I think it would have been helpful to him to have had this to inform his questioning. There's also the sorry, it's late in the evening. I'm drawing mental blanks. Appraisal on all the Cove property that I never had before, considering all of this. And I just think, I don't think we made a responsible decision. And I know it's there's a balance going on. But I'm one who, thinks that if we're going to take on these responsibilities, these public trust responsibilities, that we need a certain level of information provided to us, and I don't think we got that. And secondly, we have to, exercise our responsibilities and read and examine the information to ask the appropriate questions. And I think on that decision-making process, I don't think we did well. So, would appreciate even hostile views on that opinion, but that is my opinion.
Well, I don't have a comment.
I have one quick comment. In principle, I totally agree. I think in practice, I think that's a slippery slope that I don't want to read every single last little piece of legal jargon, and maybe you do. And if that's the case, then I think you should, and obviously you should be able to ask for anything. But I think I want to put my trust in our leadership and the council, which they are hired by us to look out for our best interest, for the city's best interest, for urban renewal's best interest. And I want to, like Mr. Leland had said, you can pay for trust or pay for verification, or you can pay for trust. Now, I understand you found some stuff that was disturbing to you, and I think that should be made available. But I don't want a 4-inch binder of reading material, because frankly, I won't read it all. I mean, I need to look at the basics, and if I have specific questions, I want to ask them. But to each his own, and you may want to read through everything, and you have that kind of mind, but I definitely don't. I want to look at the bigger picture and ask specific questions. So that's just my comments.
I have some of the same concerns, but as Commissioner Nocita, but one of my broader issues is I think it was clarified a little bit more tonight. I felt pretty knowledgeable of urban renewal and generally how it works. It was clarified more so tonight, but I think in just individual requests that we've been granting and voting on, I never felt like I had any idea whether or not the grants that were coming forward were worthy, or what criteria I was basing them on, and even how we follow up on things. We've approved money that has gone out that we still haven't seen projects happen, and I'm seeing different timelines on things. I was just thinking about the Marsh building that we voted on. They've already begun work, and that was like just so quickly. And then we have another instance where the CHP had a similar project, and it's yet to be done, or yet to even hear about what's going on with it. I find it really hard to be in a position to make decisions on things that I'm really either not getting information about or don't know the process. And the fact that we've waited this long to do Urban Renewal 101 is kind of pathetic, and that we're just now talking about some of these things. So I'm frustrated by that, and I think this is we need to start talking about it, and obviously we need some serious questions answered about just general policy and how we go about things, and hopefully that's something that we can continue on talking about.
Just to jog my memory, which CHP project were you talking about? Oh, yeah, okay.
Commissioner West, did you have your,
No, I'll wait.
anybody else? Commissioner Walters.
Oh, I just want to weigh in. I echo your concerns, although just looking at the way this is presented, it says increase the amount of information staff must present. I don't support that goal. I think that when we did have the vote on the DDA, the Development and Disposition Agreement, I was anticipating that we were going to have additional time to put forward some questions, and we were pretty constrained with time that evening, and I had fully intended to put forward some written questions to staff to give them some time to respond to us, and felt like I missed that opportunity because I didn't see it coming. So that was one of the reasons I voted against it, was that I didn't have all my questions answered. So partly I feel responsible that I should have been more vocal at the time, but just the way that I saw things coming, I didn't anticipate the vote happening so quickly on that particular decision being as big as it was. Whereas when we talk about some of these other decisions, I agree. If we had criteria, and I think that staff has done a good job as far as, I do trust that staff is giving us good recommendations for the grants. It would be great to get some kind of follow-up on them, just so that we can learn what impact our decisions had to inform us for the future.
Go ahead. Ms. Crusher.
Yeah, we'd be happy to have a running table on basically the progress of the grants. These are reimbursement grants, so we never give out any money until they're completed and they've submitted all their invoices. So you don't need to worry about us handing money out and the stuff not getting done. But I know that Kathy would be happy to put together a table that would just keep you apprised of the status of the projects.
Commissioner Norris.
We wrestled with this at the city commission level, and what we did originally was we had a work session before, 2 days before the city commission meeting, and we always went through the agenda and asked if there were, what other information was needed to make a good decision. We've changed that now so that our work session doesn't come before the meeting. However, we do need the information that we need to make a good decision, but I think that a broad policy like this isn't targeted, and I would be more comfortable in either for us to express vocally the meeting before, but we don't always know what the agenda is, so that's it's hard to do. But when the agenda comes out, what's missing, we should probably respond then. I mean, that's kind of awkward, but we do. I mean, sometimes maps are missing and things like that, and that was corrected very much by that work session. It was a really terrific timing, and we didn't go back to that timing. So I'm not sure, but I mean, it's actually sort of funny. Increase the amount of information that we get. We get so much information anyway, but I think for me, it's targeted information. Specific things that you wanted, and then yeah, and then again, because I think of the cost of that, getting that together, it has to be the majority of us that need to have that information, because I'm not sure that in this environment that a single one of us has an opportunity to ask for 6 things that the majority doesn't want, just because it's the workload. So, I wrestle with that too, but so I'm not sure how to ask the question.
Well, I think your answer may lie if you look at which one was it? I think it's item 4. If we have an agenda that's coming out, let's say the Friday before, and if you have a chance to look at that, because each of you are different, and if there's specific things you need, if you can email us that or call us Monday at the latest that you need additional information, we'll try to provide that at the meeting, or at least tell you why we couldn't get that.
Is it possible that that the rest of us would be given an email that would show what the others might have asked for, so that we're kind of all on the same page?
Well, and if we produce an answer to a question or additional information, we will send that. to
Yeah,
you.
it should always be for all of us.
Commissioner Neely?
Yeah, I think probably we as a commission should be sensitive to the concerns of others. If somebody's asking for something, they may not have had time, or the staff may have not had enough time to put it together for that given meeting, to go ahead and defer the decision to another meeting. In the case of the Cove project, I think we all felt rushed because we felt a given use of that property was hinged on the decisions that were going to be made at that time, and it turned out it fell through anyway. So I think in that sense I felt like I was being rushed on the decision as well, and it may have seemed like an emergency at the time, but nothing ever came of it in any case. So if unless we feel the member of the commission is being maybe too picky on some issues, if deferring it to another meeting or calling a special meeting 2 weeks hence or something of that nature, I think we need to be sensitive that way.
No, I agree with that. I do believe, though, I don't want us to become a bureaucracy.
No.
And I don't, I mean, just the nature of the kind of things that we're supporting in some of the development requires that there be some rather quick turnaround. I mean, that's the nature of the world that we're supporting. And so we got to be walking the fine edge of making sure we have enough information to make a decision, but also not holding something up to the point where we put a project in jeopardy, or so I mean, and I don't know how do you put that down in a way that somebody understands exactly what you need. It's difficult, I guess. So did anybody else have any comment on that? Commissioner Smith?
My main issue with the timing is the day of. I mean, I know there's things that come up, and but at least having it the night before or something. So I'm pretty flexible too with the timelines, but it's the day of where we're trying to read it during the meeting while we're talking about it is the one what really bothers me the most.
Ms. Crushard, did you have something?
Oh, I was just going to suggest, and this is something that actually Commissioner Neely's always been pretty good about with City Commission, and that is send us an email, call us, ask a question, and we'll provide it. Don't feel like you cannot contact Larry or ourselves if you have a need for additional information or you have questions before the meeting, and then we can even come prepared rather than just being kind of caught off guard as well.
Okay. Commissioner Nacita, you have one more thing here? In 6 minutes, we're done.
Yep.
I think I can get through this in 6 minutes, and in fact, given the interest level about this item I know exists, it'd probably be dispensed with in about 2.
Let's try.
Perhaps less.
Yeah.
Perhaps even less time.
We're waiting. Yeah.
I move adjournment.
I move to postpone in 2 weeks hence.
No, 30 days. 30 days.
I don't have any more information. Yep.
Remember, we're on TV. Are you? No, he's not.
As I raised with Mr. Janik tonight, Beaverton, Tigard, and Gresham, at least, and there may be more communities, allow their citizens to vote on debt issuance like we do on general obligation bonds, and everybody does on general obligation bonds. They also afford the citizens the right to vote on debt issuance, and in fact, Tigard's document even allows them to vote on plan and plan amendments. And I've always been a grassroots democracy advocate, and I think we do what we do in the public's trust and can and should seek approval of what we do, since there are 3 elections a year at least. I don't think that logistically it's particularly a problem. And I do think that this commission should afford citizens the right to vote on both financing, not on specific individual project. It's not logistically possible to send every $10,000 facade grant up to a vote, and that's not what I'm talking about. But for example, if you raise bonds for $100,000 on facade grants, I mean that's something that I think could be put to a vote. raising the debt limit $100 million is certainly something that should have gone to a vote. Floating bonds of $30 million for a shopping mall, I think, also should be put to a vote as well.
Any comments? Commissioner Smith.
My hesitation in the past, and I have never been against the Cove project or the Rivers project. My only concerns with both of those projects have really always been whether or not I felt that the general community or the general citizenry of Oregon City support it. And because from who I've talked to in the past and even my own personal opinion, I wasn't quite sure if they were gonna work, if they were gonna be the right decisions. I'm still not sure. But I know if I had a general feeling of what the residents of Oregon City thought, I would have no problem fully supporting any one of those projects if I truly believed that the people in Oregon City supported it. And so, I mean, it's as elected officials, we are, here to speak for the citizens, and if we don't really have a clear view of what they want, it's really hard to make those decisions in a real responsible way. And I like the discussion tonight about the north end of Main Street, because I've always thought that starting with Main Street and working out was much more of a better idea than starting out and working in, just because I see there's such a large gap between some of these areas and would they ever meet. I originally talked about my thoughts of the Rivers development almost being a city that we're building completely not connected to the rest of the city, and that it would work if we could fill the gap and bring the people that are coming into the Rivers development into downtown. But I'm not convinced that that was going to necessarily or is going to necessarily work. So I am generally interested in some way of finding out more than we do know of what the citizens of Oregon City feel. So I've always kind of supported the idea of, at least in major projects, having the citizens have the ability to vote. And I think I still feel that way.
We're getting very close to time here. Go ahead, Commissioner West. I know that William has a couple of questions that he wanted to ask, and you don't have long.
And I'll ask them in inverse order of complexity of the answer. One is, there's three questions. One is, what work is being done on filling the 10th commissioner position? Number two is, I was asked very specifically by a member of the CIC as to a list of the hard assets. What does the Urban Renewal Commission own? And I don't have an answer for that, and I'm supposed to know that, and I don't. And the last thing is there a fish or cut bait date on either the Rivers or the Cove project, insofar as we've talked about, we'll wait until the condominium market picks up or something like that? And what if it takes only a year, and that's fine? What if it takes 3 years? What if it takes 5 years? Is there a limit as to how long the commission would want to wait before saying, okay, let's redirect some of that money to another area? I just want to know if there's a fish or cut date. And so those are three questions.
Mr. Patterson, you have answers to those questions?
Well, I don't have answers exactly to that question. The Rivers, kind of where we're at, is we're in the process of making some amendments to the development agreement. I anticipated having those this week, but it's going to be roll over into next week, and then we'll forward that to CenterCal to see if there is an agreement there. If not, that project is probably dead. In regards to the Cove, as you recall, that was done in a phased program, and that actually the condo side of that was, I think it was a 4-year time frame for that to be done. Now, with the medical component being pulled out of that, reworking that will change some of the dynamics of the financing, but we're still probably looking at 4 years there for that. But in terms of the tolerance of the Urban Renewal Commission, that's something that the commission would have to answer. So.
And about an asset list, do we have something that we could pass on?
Yeah.
That was one of the questions.
Yeah.
And then the 10th commissioner, Graham was appointed that. We have the 10th. Graham Peterson.
He's right there.
Yeah.
It's just so quiet, you know.
Brian Shaw is missing this evening, but okay.
I have a point.
Okay,
Just really
Commissioner Crocker.
Just really fast. This is kind of out of left field, but so we're not paying that 15% interest on that on that money that they spent, right? Since the
You know what? We're adjourned.
The answer is no, wasn't it?
We have
He
not.
said no.
We have not signed the development agreement.
We
because
never
of
signed the
that.
agreement.
Yep.
just trying to bring a little humor and levity to the end of the meeting.
This guy will time to spend tonight, and the good news is, it's going to be sunny again.
Don Slack has no sense of humor. There's no point in bringing levity to the meeting.
You know what?